Good evening, everyone. I call to order the March 11th.
Recording in progress.
I call to order the March 11th, 2026 special joint meeting of the Architectural Review Board and the Planning and Transportation Commission. A few notes before we begin. We'll use a slightly modified process tonight. For the action item, there will be a single staff presentation and a single public comment period. For questions and discussion, we'll take turns, ARB first and PTC second. We don't have enough request to speak lights for every board member and commissioner. So Chair Chen and I will call on you in order, but please raise a hand if you have a question or comment, a follow-up that we should handle out of order. We expect and hope there will be some discussion between ARB and PTC members. So, Chair Chen, have I missed anything, or is that covered?
No, yeah, pretty good.
I have heard a request that we introduce each other, introduce ourselves. So perhaps before the roll call, we can just run down the list and everyone say your name.
Hi, I'm Carrie Templeton, I'm Planning and Transportation Commissioner for about 8 years now.
Hi, Kendra Rosenberg, ARB, for about 4 or 5 years now.
Hello, my name is Forrest Peterson. I've been on the PTC for 1 year.
Mouse Madcock, ARB, about 2-3 years, something like that.
Hi, Yingxi Chen with ARB in 4th year.
Alan Aiken, PTC. This is almost the end of my 3rd year.
Brianna Chang, this is I'm finishing up my 5th year on the PTC.
I am Marton Jojarth, and this is the beginning of my 1st year on the ARB.
Bart Heckman, PTC, 6 years.
Me too. ARB, 6 years. David Hirsch.
Thank you all. Mr. Trevetta, would you call the roll, please?
Yes, Chair Aiken. First, I'll be calling in PTC's roll call. Chair Aiken.
Here.
Vice Chair Chen.
Here.
Chang. Sorry about that. Vice Chair Chang. Commissioner Heckman.
Here.
Commissioner Peterson.
Here.
Commissioner Templeton.
Here.
Commissioner G. Commissioner James. We have quorum, noting Commissioner James and G are absent. Now I'll do ARB's roll call. Chair Chen.
Present.
Vice Chair Adcock.
Present.
Board Member Hirsch.
Present.
Board Member Jojarth.
Present.
Board Member Rosenberg.
Present.
For the record, we have ARB quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Devetter. Assistant Director Armour, do we have any agenda changes tonight?
No changes.
Mr. Devetter, do we have any request to comment on items not on tonight's agenda?
Through the chair, I've not received any public comment cards at this moment, and I see no raised hands on Zoom.
Thank you. Ms. Armour, may we have the city official reports?
Yes, absolutely, and thank you, and welcome to you all. Thank you for joining us for this special joint meeting of the Planning and Transportation Commission and the Architectural Review Board. Next slide, please. I'm going to just do a quick look ahead at the next meeting for the Commission and the Board. In both cases, we're going to be conducting a study session to discuss the San Antonio Road Area Plan, looking at the different components of the alternatives to direct and provide input for council consideration. For the Planning and Transportation Commission, on the 25th, we also expect to bring to you a draft ordinance in regards to the retail vitality that we are working on. Next slide. And then a look back at this week's council agenda items. There was planned to be a discussion of the implementation of Senate Bill 79, but that was postponed. And We had approval on consent of the de minimis exception ordinance that the Planning and Transportation Commission considered and recommended. There was also a pre-screening for a zoning code amendment in regards to TDR's transfer of development rights, specifically applying to 51 Encina Avenue. That was also complete. If a formal application is submitted, then we will take it through the normal zoning code amendment process. Next week, we do anticipate 3 different items that have been discussed by both the board and the commission. They will be reviewing 2100 Gang Road, which was a builder's remedy project, recommended for approval. 4075 El Camino Way, a planned community amendment that had a number of different components in terms of the recommendation, including modification and reduction in the scope. It would take a while for me to describe all of the recommendation from the board and the commission, so I won't get into that now, but for context, wanted to share those notes. And the bird-friendly design ordinance will also be there for consideration and potential adoption. And with that, that is the end of the director's report, but if you have any questions, I am available. We do not have a report from the Office of Transportation this evening, though we will have a representative available online to answer questions about the Cubberley project. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Chen, would you like to poll the board members to see if anyone has a question about the official reports?
Sure. If anyone from the ARB have any questions to the staff at this moment? No? Good.
PTC? Vice Chair Chang.
Do we know when SB 79 will go to City Council?
A date has not yet been set.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Then let us proceed to tonight's action item. This is a recommendation to council on the adoption of the Cubberley Conceptual Master Plan. May we have the staff presentation?
All right, good evening, Chair Aiken, Chair Shen, Vice Chair Chang, Vice Chair Adcock, and fellow commissioners and board members. We are especially excited to be here tonight for the first ever joint PTC and ARB meeting. Thank you so much for having us. My name is Amanda Demmel, and I'm the Assistant Director for the Community Services Department. I'm joined tonight by Kristen O'Kane, Director of Community Services. We also have Carly Kaufman from Rinkin Consultants joining us virtually, and she will be available to answer any questions you may have after the presentation regarding the CEQA document. We also will be joined by Rafael Riaz, a senior engineer from the Office of Transportation, who will be available for questions as well. We're here tonight to present to you the final draft of the Cubberley Conceptual Master Plan and the draft initial study mitigated negative declaration for the Cubberley Conceptual Master Plan and seek your recommendation for the City Council to adopt this plan and CEQA document in April. Next slide, please. First, starting with our work plan updates, we last visited the PTC on July 9th and the ARB on July 17th, which is denoted with the green stars on the left column of the slide in front of you. Since then, a great deal has occurred, which we are excited to share with you this evening. In September, we hosted the third and final community meeting, as well as presented to the Parks and Recreation Commission. Then we presented a recap of the third community meeting and second poll outline to City Council in October, and then released poll 2 to the community in November. In December, we reviewed poll 2 results with City Council, which very quickly prompted us to draft and release poll number 3 to the community in early January 2026. Most recently, on February 9th, we reviewed the results of the third community poll, as well as City Council approved a letter of intent to enter into a public-private partnership agreement with local theater company TheaterWorks Silicon Valley to partner on a 2-theater complex development, which we will share in more detail in the coming slides. That then brings us here to March 11th, where we're looking forward to sharing with you this evening the final draft of the Cubberley Conceptual Master Plan and CEQA document. Next slide, please. As we look ahead to our upcoming project milestones, we've outlined the key dates anticipated as of now. On March 16th, we will release our fourth and final poll to the community. Then on March 24th, we will present this conceptual master plan and CEQA document to the Parks and Recreation Commission, seeking their recommendation for City Council to adopt as well. On April 20th, we are scheduled to present this conceptual master plan and finalized CEQA document for City Council consideration of adoption. In June, council approval to place a measure on the November ballot. Then in August is the deadline to submit final ballot language for the November 2026 election, which brings us to November 2026, the election and placement of a ballot measure. Next slide, please. Go back one slide. There we go. We'd now like to present to you the final draft of the Cubberley Conceptual Master Plan. Attachment B in your packet links to the Conceptual Master Plan document and the associated appendices. Next slide, please. The Cubberley Conceptual Master Plan represents a long-term guiding vision for the Cubberley site. Development of the plan was created with input received during the community co-design process with multiple diverse stakeholder groups building off the previous 2019 Cubberley Concept Plan. We'd like to emphasize that this is a conceptual plan, and it serves as framework as one possibility for future development of a phased approach to site development that includes a combination of new construction and building renovations. The phased approach is intentional. It allows the site to be developed over time as funding is secured and minimizes program disruption during construction. Staff are concurrently exploring funding mechanisms as available funding will ultimately influence the pace and scope of redevelopment. Potential funding mechanisms may include a combination of development fees, grants, philanthropy, a ballot measure, and community partners. Phase 1 includes a combination of new and renovated buildings, including a new recreation and wellness center, as well as a new performing arts center. It could also include programmable spaces for education, visual arts, flexible use space to serve changing community needs now and well into the future. Next slide, please. Now looking at the current site, last time we visited each of you, we shared more about the history of the site, so we're not going to go into great detail on the history and the background of the project. What we'd like to focus on tonight with our limited time is how the concept plan has evolved since then. What we'll start with is a refresher of the current site and context. What is depicted on the current slide is the Cubberley Community Center campus as it exists now. On the right-hand side in purple is the city's existing 8 acres that we currently own. On the left-hand side in yellow is the 7 acres we are currently negotiating to purchase from the school district. Together, it would create the 15 acres we have been master planning with the community and stakeholders. In the gray dashed areas, including the parking lot immediately to the left of the yellow area to be purchased, and along the top of the map are the 20.5 acres we anticipate to continue to lease from PAUSD, which includes 2 parking lots, athletic fields, and the track and field. Next slide, please. Now moving to what one option of a completed phase 1 could look like. We will review in the following slides the stages of deconstruction and construction in this concept design. By the end of phase 1, it would be a major milestone and could offer complete services for the Cubberley site. Targeted renovations or new construction could also be pursued independently of a full phase 1 implementation, providing new and revitalized indoor and outdoor spaces for the community. If and when phase 1 is completed, the city could choose to pause after construction or continue subsequent phases pending funding mechanisms available. Again, this is one potential conceptual plan for the site, all pending funding limitations and partner contributions. Next slide, please. This slide looks at phase 1 deconstruction and construction sequencing. While some programming will need to be relocated to temporary facilities for periods of time, the goal would be to continue as much existing programming as possible throughout the deconstruction and construction timeline for continuity of programming and to provide as little disruption to services as possible. Currently, PAUSD occupies multiple buildings on site, either through their own programs or subleases, including in the auditorium, A and B wings, and the I building. And if and when they vacate, pending our purchase of the additional 7 acres, we would have new square footage available for us to use during this transition period to move existing programming around the site. The upper right diagram, 0, is the existing site shown. All the current buildings are in brown. The lower right diagram, 1.1, shows the first phase of proposed deconstruction, and the area within the dashed red lines would be deconstructed first, which includes the JK, L, P, H, and U buildings. Next slide, please. Diagram 1.2 in the upper left shows the first constructed buildings, which would include the Recreation and Wellness Center, the Facilities and Emergency Services area, a large flex room, a cafe, kitchen, and concession area, a new outdoor pool, and the raised tennis courts over the existing outdoor parking lot. Diagram 1.3 in the bottom left shows the deconstruction scope area of A, B, M, and G wings, and a portion of the Cubberley Theater and portions of C and D wings. The upper right diagram, 1.4, shows construction of a new performing arts education and flex space, an education and enrichment building next to the recreation and wellness building, and then the construction of a 2-theater performing arts complex, which would include a new back-of-house and lobby space, renovations to the Cubberley Theater and Pavilion. This would be in partnership with the TheaterWorks Silicon Valley. Lastly, the lower right diagram, 1.5, shows renovation of the auditorium and the remainder of C and D wings, as well as S, T, V, E, and F wings. Next slide, please. This slide illustrates what the site could look like at the at the completion of phase 1. Again, this represents one conceptual design. As the project advances into the architectural phase, both the design and phasing may evolve in response to factors such as funding availability, community needs, and partner development timelines. Currently, the city has 2 public-private partnerships committed to supporting development on the site, as briefly mentioned previously. The Friends of the Recreation and Wellness Center, who are advancing plans for the indoor gymnasiums within the Recreation and Wellness Center, and most recently, TheaterWorks Silicon Valley, which is exploring development of the 2-theater performing arts complex. As these partnerships continue to refine their scopes and work, they will help inform and influence the overall development and phasing of the Cubberley site. Next slide, please. Now looking at a complete phase 1 from a programming perspective, this shows phase 1 on campus by levels 1, 2, and 3. Most buildings are 1 level, 3 buildings are 2 levels, and only 1 building is 3 levels. The new total of recreation and wellness space depicted in green is now 68,000 total square feet. Performing arts in pink totals 51,000 square feet. Education and enrichment in purple, 34,000 square feet. Community services space in blue, 36,250 square feet, and visual arts and technology in red with 27,000 square feet. I'd like to note as well, many of these categorizations can be fluid, as many services we may offer on campus can fit into multiple categories. So there is flexibility, and that is intentional to give us the most adaptability for future changing community needs. At this stage, the program categories were developed based on input from the community members and stakeholders, and they reflect space for current tenants on the campus while allowing for additional square footage to support new programs and services that can serve the broader community. The exact locations and future service providers would be determined in later phases as the project moves forward. Next slide, please. Zooming in now on the buildings in phase 1, we want to highlight some of the features that could be offered. Longer descriptions and full details can be found in the master plan document and appendix. Currently, the Recreation and Wellness Center is depicted as a 2-story building that has space for 4 gymnasiums that could be used for a variety of sports, group exercise classes, and could also function as an emergency shelter as needed. The space could also be used for rentals and community events. The facility and emergency services area could support the entire campus's maintenance and facility needs and could include aspects such as vehicle parking, storage, facility equipment, and more. The new tennis deck and parking structure would have 6 elevated tennis courts, which exist there now, with the parking level now underneath the tennis courts. On this slide, I'd also like to highlight that, as mentioned previously, the city has the current partnership with the Friends of the Recreation and Wellness Center, the registered 501c3, whose purpose is to support fundraising in the advancement of the new indoor gymnasium space at the Cubberley site. The gymnasium component of the Recreation and Wellness Center could not only look different in scope than what's depicted here, but also potentially move forward earlier than the rest of the adjacent buildings if the Friends secure funding sooner than the broader project. Next slide, please. Attached to the Recreation and Wellness Center, a large flexible space is designed that could operate similar to the current El Palo Alto room at Mitchell Park Community Center. It could host a diverse array of activities such as ballroom dance, performing arts functions, community meetings, weddings, parties, and other events. It would be adjacent to the cafe, kitchen, concessions area that could have a commercial kitchen that could support these large events that would be hosted in that space. The kitchen could also be used for cooking classes and camps, as well as used when the space may be deployed as an emergency shelter. The cafe is an area where community members could purchase light refreshments and grab-and-go food. This is just one option of where the cafe could go. Alternative options could be in Building I or elsewhere. Another cafe was planned during Phase 3, but this was to give an option sooner in development. The concessions area could serve snacks for events in the gym, pool, and athletic fields, and could be a walk-up window on the south side of the building. The community pool here is envisioned to be a 6-lane, 25-meter pool to support meets and recreational community use. Next slide, please. The Education and Enrichment Building concept is a 2-story building designed to accommodate a variety of configurations and uses, such as classrooms, early childhood education, after-school programs, lecture halls, adult education classes, administrative offices, and flexible use space. Like many of the buildings in this plan, it is 70 feet wide, designed for easy configuration and reconfiguration to maximize flexibility and accommodate a wide array of uses in spatial configurations such as double-loaded corridors. The 3-story Performing Arts Education Flex building could be similar in use to the 2-story Education and Enrichment building and has the 3rd floor for flexible use. Building I, the brown building here on the slide, is one of the renovated concrete framed buildings. It could support flexible use and could accommodate future long-term tenants and rentable flex activities. Next slide, please. Here shows the performing arts area, where the City and TheaterWorks Silicon Valley would partner to create a 2-theater complex that includes renovating the existing Cubberley Theater and Pavilion and adding new construction. A letter of intent outlining this partnership was adopted by the City Council on February 9th, 2026. While plans are still evolving and not yet finalized, the current vision includes upgrading the existing Cubberley Theater to support continued community use. Improvements could include adding new restrooms, expanded lobby and back-of-house space, and enhanced accessibility and technology. The pavilion is envisioned to be renovated as the new 500-seat home for TheaterWorks Silicon Valley. Next slide, please. At the end of Phase 1, the last step would be to complete renovation of the existing buildings, which would include new building systems, structural upgrades, finishes, roofing, etc. Community service functions could operate from the renovated auditorium, buildings C and D, in addition to flexible spaces on campus. Renovated buildings S, T, V, E, and F could support visual arts functions. Such uses could include flexible classroom space, studio space, maker space, and a gallery. Of course, building use can shift to meet program and community needs. Next slide, please. Outdoor program spaces are a central component of this project. Community input emphasized the importance of welcoming, inclusive, and flexible intergenerational gathering spaces that connect to the site's natural amenities. We want to quickly highlight a few of these spaces that could be implemented in Phase 1. First, the photos on the right showcase an urban forest and natural amenities. A major goal of this plan was to create more outdoor space for flexible events and connection to plants and the nature systems. This can promote early childhood education, multi-generational connection, multicultural sharing, and natural learning. Examples include implementing pollinator gardens, native plantings, natural play and picnic areas, outdoor classrooms, or sculpture gardens. Next slide, please. Another highly sought-after amenity is the outdoor amphitheater. It could be used to host a variety of events such as summer concerts, dance performances, and theater productions. The performing arts and visual arts and technology buildings form the two anchors for the cultural plaza. This could be used for arts fairs, dance performances, drumming circles, Lunar New Year celebrations, and other cultural programming and festivals. You'll also notice the buildings shown in the background of these eye-level views. At this stage, they represent general massing only, not architectural design. The conceptual master plan does not establish architectural style, which would be determined in a future design phase with community input. Next slide, please. Okay, that was a high-level overview of what Phase 1 could potentially include. Depending on when and how funding is secured, elements of the plan could be implemented in different sequences, scales, and scopes. The conceptual master plan also outlines Phase 2 and 3. While we recognize that these later phases are unlikely to be constructed in the near term due to the significant funding required, they are also included to reflect the broader long-term vision for the site. These phases also reflect and incorporate valuable input from our community members and stakeholders gathered throughout the engagement process. In addition, including the full site build-out within the conceptual master plan allows the city to complete the CEQA analysis for the entire project area, assessing the potential environmental impacts of the full build-out. Completing this analysis now provides the city with greater flexibility in the future to advance additional phases when funding and opportunities become available, as the CEQA process is a significant and time-intensive undertaking. Next slide, please. So with that being said, we'd like to briefly show the proposed sequencing for phases 2 and 3. Phase 2, shown on the left-hand side, would focus on construction on the new visual arts and technology buildings, which could include makerspace and workshop areas for hands-on projects, as well as gallery space for city-curated and community exhibitions and artist studios. Phase 3 would complete the community services section and provide a location for a new cafe and lounge gathering space, along with new community service and flexible space. Flexible space is especially valuable as it provides the ability to adapt to changing program needs and future community priorities. Like much of the campus, this space is designed to be future-proof, multi-purpose, and nimble. It could support staff-led programs, rentals, office space, and potentially accommodate additional tenants. Next slide, please. This slide illustrates what the campus could look like if all 3 phases were ultimately completed utilizing this conceptual master plan. While this represents a long-term vision for the site, again, staff does not anticipate full build-out in the near-term future, as it would require significant additional funding as previously stated. Next slide, please. Overall, this plan proposes to increase the amount of indoor space from the current 184,000 square feet to 232,250 square feet after Phase 1, and ultimately to 284,000 square feet after Phases 2 and 3 are completed. Outdoor space increases from 250,000 square feet to 390,000 after Phase 1, and to 415,000 after Phase 2 and 3. Parking spaces increase from 520 stalls to 640 after Phase 1, to 840 after Phases 2 and 3. A few examples of where square footage increases are notable include recreational space, including gyms and programmable spaces for health and wellness, expanded theater and performing arts spaces with improved accessibility, visual art spaces for art programs, classes, and exhibits for the community, including a makerspace, and flexible spaces for city programming of classes and camps, and rentals, which currently just don't exist at the campus now. Lastly, the increased outdoor space provides more diverse uses such as events, performances, outdoor programs, and unstructured play and casual gathering spaces. Next slide, please. Looking now at the Phase 1 walking and biking plan, this plan prioritizes pedestrian and biking safety while increasing accessibility and convenience across access for vehicles. Walking and biking paths have minimal intersection with cars and connect to the existing and future planned bike and pedestrian paths. The bike and pedestrian traffic has been designed for 2 use case scenarios. The first is for passing through the community center without stopping, and second is for arriving at the center for an activity. There will also be both short-term and long-term bike parking on site. Next slide, please.
And apologies to interrupt. It looks like the slides have gone down, so we're seeing you now instead of the slides on the screens. It just happened on the last slide.
1 moment, please. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Sorry to interrupt.
No, thank you for letting us know. All righty, and if we could go back to vehicular circulation, I think is where we're at. All right, can you guys see that slide? Perfect, thank you. Okay, so now looking at Phase 1 vehicular circulation plan, car circulation and parking were major site considerations and included a great deal of stakeholder input and was actually revised multiple times throughout the process. As you'll see on the diagram, there are passenger drop-off locations throughout the site as indicated with the dashed yellow lines. Surface parking is distributed around the site around high-demand use areas depicted with the blue shading and intentionally creates a loop throughout the site connecting the 2 perimeter access roads. A new parking lot was added to meet demand for parking at the end of Phase 1. This is the parking lot located next to the Charleston Shopping Center and will add an additional 153 parking stalls. One aspect to note of significance to help with traffic patterns is, first, at the traffic signal at the Montrose Avenue intersection, there is an existing light, and it's recommended to make a second exit lane coming out of the Coverly campus. At the north access road, this plan recommends adding a traffic light at this access road as well as expansion with 2 exit lanes coming out of the Coverly campus. Due to the additional traffic the future programs may generate, this plan also recommends evaluation of a center turn lane to Middlefield Road to serve both intersections. Updated traffic studies would need to be conducted during the architectural phases of the project. Next slide, please. All right. In compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act, the city has prepared and released the draft initial study mitigated negative declaration, ISM&D, for the Coverly Conceptual Master Plan for a 30-day public review and comment period of March 2nd through April 1st. This is a required document that assesses potential environmental impacts of the conceptual master plan and identifies measures to reduce these impacts. It is also a required document that would allow for the city council to adopt a long-term plan for the site and enable the city to proceed with near-term improvements. Overall, 5 environmental resources were identified where impacts were found to be less than significant with mitigation incorporated. They are air quality, geology and soils, hazards and hazardous materials, noise, and transportation. Impacts for all other environmental resource areas were found to be either less than significant or no impact would occur. The full report can be reviewed on our project website or in person at the Mitchell Park Library, Downtown Library, or the Palo Alto Development Center. Comments can be sent directly to Community Services Director Kristen O'Kane by email, physical mail, or by public comment here at the commission meetings. You can also submit comments via a comment card on the project website. Next slide, please. All right. As we near the end of our presentation, I'd like to conclude by stepping back and reflecting on the broader vision and significance of the Coverly Conceptual Master Plan. This plan represents a shared long-term vision developed with the community to reimagine the future of the campus while respecting its history, existing partners, and creating opportunities to welcome new and exciting community partners. As stewards of this important public space, the city has a responsibility to plan for Coverly in a fiscally responsible way, supporting current uses while creating opportunities that benefit the broader community. Given the scale of the project, the plan is intentionally phased and designed to evolve over time as funding allows, with flexible and adaptable facilities that can respond to changing community needs. Cubberley offers a rare opportunity to create a vibrant, inclusive campus for the entire community, and continued community partnerships will guide the project as it moves from conception to implementation. Importantly, this plan reflects the vision City Council established at the outset of this effort on February 18th, 2025, and the community further refined at the first co-design meeting, which is to create a vibrant, beloved, and adaptable destination that promotes learning, interconnectivity, joy, and well-being where people of all cultures and generations belong. Staff believe this conceptual master plan successfully brings that vision to life. Next slide, please. Here are our anticipated next steps. After tonight, we will present the conceptual master plan and CEQA document at the Parks and Recreation Commission meeting on March 24th and seek their recommendation for council adoption. Then staff are scheduled to present the conceptual master plan and the completed CEQA analysis document to the City Council on April 20th and seek council adoption. Next slide, please. So tonight, staff recommends that the PTC and ARB respectively consider the draft initial study mitigated negative declaration for the Cubberley Conceptual Master Plan and recommend that council adopt the master plan. Next slide, please. That concludes our formal presentation, so we thank you for your time and your attention. As we close, we would like to just share that it's been an incredible privilege for us to be able to move this plan forward after many years of community conversations and efforts to envision the future of Cubberley. We'd also like to thank both the Planning and Transportation Commission and the Architectural Review Board for your thoughtful comments and feedback when we met earlier this year, or last year rather, that helped guide the development of this conceptual master plan. So we appreciate your partnership in helping shape the future of this important campus. And with that, we welcome your feedback and comments and discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Demmel. Chair Chin, do you or anyone on the ARB have clarifying questions before public comment?
I assume everyone from ARB will have some kind of questions. So to keep it simple, we will just start from the left. If you don't have any questions, you can just pass it. Board Member Rosenberg, you want to start?
Thank you. I'll keep these very brief. There was commentary that the phases 2 and 3 will likely not be done at this time simply because of financing. What was sort of the analysis to make that, to come to that conclusion? And do you guys have rough budget numbers in mind for phase 1 funding setup? I don't need actual numbers or anything, just sort of a better understanding of how we got to that point that phase 1 is sort of immediate, phase 2 and 3 are way down the line.
Yes, so we're still refining our cost estimate, so how we reached the conclusion that phase 1 seems most realistic, and we're okay with sharing. Phase 1 looks like we're still refining, but between $300 and $400 million, and that's what seems realistic for us to be able to achieve in the near future with the mechanisms that we're exploring at this time. We're still refining the overall project cost for the full build-out, but it seems substantially larger than that, and so that's why we see it as like not a near-term option. And so when we have a more precise number to share, we'll announce that.
Great. And then it does seem, if I can just be so bold, it seems like phases 2 and 3 maybe combined would be similar to that amount. It looks like each one of those phases is a pretty notably smaller chunk than phase 1. Phase 1 seems to capture the largest portion. Would that be accurate?
I can't say with any certainty right now. I think what does help a lot with our phase 1 is that's where we have our public-private partnerships that are committing to helping develop the site financially. So that's what's incorporated into our cost analysis. So at this time, I don't think we have a number to share for 2 and 3. And so I wouldn't even want to guess and throw something out there and be inaccurate.
Fair enough. All right, thanks very much. That's it.
I'll go next with some few, kind of a little bit of detailed questions. I guess starting with, you mentioned like a lot of this is dependent on purchasing 7 acres of site from Policy Unified School District, and the negotiation was ongoing. Can you share the status of that? And I assume that has to be, and what is the timeline for that relative to city council approval of this master plan, which is on, not fully city property, obviously, at this time, and also the timeline with the ballot measure, which, if I remember correctly, is for the funding for the purchase of that site, correct?
Hi, good evening. Kristen O'Kane, Community Services Director. So I'll try to take those pieces one by one. So the first, I believe you asked, is the status of the purchase. Mm-hmm. So we already have a memorandum of understanding with the school district. We've negotiated a purchase price with them already, which is $65.5 million for the 7 acres. And we are in the process of working on a purchase agreement with them that would come to the council later this spring. And we don't have the funding mechanism secured yet for that purchase, but that's what the council will be continuing to discuss. And if you could, did you have another question?
Yeah, how the timeline of that purchase relative to the ballot measure, which I think you answered, if that's going to the city council in the spring ahead of the June city council to put the ballot measure on the November ballot, correct?
So that would be the timeline for the ballot measure. I might ask our so the timeline for the purchase of the 7 acres, would you be able to address that?
Sure. So the city and the school district envisioned in an MOU in the last few years that if the city would consider going for a ballot measure to raise additional revenue through some kind of tax, so a sales tax, parcel tax, something like that. And as you may know, the city has been polling for the possibility of doing that this fall. Should a ballot measure raise the required revenue, then the city and the district planned to close on the purchase in July of 2027. So it would be put something on the ballot probably by June. The election would be in November. Pending the outcome of the election, property sale could close in next July.
And for the record, you want to introduce yourself?
Oh, sure. My name is Tim Shimizu, and I'm an assistant city attorney.
Thank you. So can I ask another question as well while it's my turn? So about the boundary, again, like about the lease versus the purchase, I forget which slide number, but you have the boundary of what will continue to remain leased versus what's getting purchased. And some of the phase 1 work right up on the upper left corner of the plan, like straddles that boundary. So some of the phase 1 design and construction work is on a tiny bit of property that is not going to be purchased. Is that intentional?
Could you bring up the slideshow, please?
Slide 6.
Thank you.
I had a similar question, so I wonder if it wouldn't be a little different to ask, what is the arrangement with the Board of Ed, relative to the lease to Palo Alto, in particular, to make sure that it's long enough to allow us to utilize all that space?
Well, sure. First, I'd like to address Board Adcock's question. So are you referring to an area? I'm not sure which area you're referring to.
Yes, so at the upper left gray area, which is the parking lot that will continue to be a leased property, there's a tiny little triangle that comes down into the yellow. Mm-hmm. And so if you go to I think it's on the next slide. Yep, right there. Thank you. Kendra's always great with the markups. So if you go to the next slide, I believe that's where the Phase 1 plan shows. So, yep, right in that area, if I can find that new work with a walkway from the tennis deck parking garage is still in the little triangle of the leased property. Is that intentional to be that way?
I don't know if it's intentional. We are still finalizing the purchase boundary, so it would either be addressed during that or it would be addressed when we're actually doing architectural designs.
Okay. So I'll go on to my next question about Phase 1, which is, I guess I'm trying to understand the extent of Phase 1 that is determined. Like, for instance, Building U, which is, let me make my marker a little thicker. Building U existing, which is about here, is planned to be demolished, which is kind of a finger building between the other buildings. Is that a set thing in this Phase 1, and is there a reason for that?
Sure. The reason for that would be to accommodate that parking area to the right.
Like a walkway to the parking area? Because I think Building U is in this green sliver.
I'll have to pull up the existing.
Yeah, I believe it makes space for what we're calling the shop, or what is it, the shopping center parking lot. Sorry if I have my terminology wrong, let me look at the right side. But yeah, U and H will be removed to make a new parking lot for nearest to the Recreation and Wellness Center.
So I think the U building actually comes further to the.
Yeah, so that would be maybe slide 8,
We have a slide
please.
with the buildings to be demolished. Yeah, so right here, that.
Yeah, the U building seems to come a little bit closer to the roadway there, so that would be removed to accommodate that parking area.
But I think this little bit stays, right? So the part that's by Middlefield stays, a little piece in between gets removed, and then the other side.
Yeah, that's V building.
Uh-huh. So that is intentional and a set part of this Phase 1 to remove that piece?
Excuse me, could you repeat that?
Is that a determined thing as part of Phase 1 that it is U, right? Yeah, U is removed, but V stays.
Yeah, at this
together.
time, V would get renovated, U would be removed to make room for the parking lot. V is part of the renovated buildings.
Okay.
And I'd also like to say that, again, this is conceptual, so nothing is necessarily decided and firm in this. So if there was a reason that we would need to adjust that, we could certainly do that later. But that's intended to address access and parking.
And if you want to go to the next slide, it shows a better kind of sequencing. Yeah, so that kind of shows you there. After it happens, B will remain and be renovated.
Yeah.
And the full removal of U.
So actually, this is a good slide for my next question.
There you
Thank
go.
And as Kendra mentioned as well, it sounds like Phases 2 and 3 is way down the line. Is that why, I don't know what the budget is, but obviously you're renovating pretty much all of the existing buildings as part of Phase 1. That's a good significant amount of money that will be spent in renovating, right? And that's, I guess before this presentation, I was wondering, like, why are you guys renovating buildings that are going to be demolished? But it sounds like the Phase 2 and 3 is, it's not a good way to say it, but close to never, and therefore renovating the existing buildings that are to be demolished in the future?
Yeah, the reason being, since we, at this time, don't feel we'd have enough money to do the whole project at one time, and the buildings are reaching end of life. The renovation is meant to be a bridge so that they could continue to be used until the opportunity to do phases 2 or 3 could occur, because they're pretty dilapidated. If we happen to have the opportunity where we get the funding mechanisms to do all 3 phases, that would be wonderful. But we're trying to balance, the realities of the money. Again, we're refining the cost, but that's the purpose, is so we could focus on phase 1 completion and then make the rest of the buildings still usable and safe, and do upgrades with the money that we could do I think it was upgrades, the new doors, new windows, electrical, with the remaining balance that we have, to just be, like I said, a bridge until phases 2 or 3 could happen.
So last question on that is, I do know those buildings are in pretty poor shape. So does that renovation include seismic upgrades to bring them up to code? The amount of money that would be spent in trying to do the renovation, is that 50% of cost of building new? Has that even, or even could be even more? Has that also been considered?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I do believe that was analyzed, and we're going to actually dig back into that too. I think we're looking to do some more analysis and that's part of our refining of the cost with the renovations before we would actually start doing any of them. And so we're going to be working on that, and that's part of overall when we said refining the cost. So not only new construction, but what it would take to renovate and do. And I have a few more, I think, pieces of information on the renovations. Would be finishes, building systems, structural upgrades, which could include, HVAC, seismic bracing, utilities, roofing, envelope, windows, and doors. So getting things up to safety standards for all the participants that use those buildings. So.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I have a question about the timeline for the construction and deconstruction. So after the council adopted the plan and also the purchase is completed, is there a timeline for the future for phase 1 deconstruction construction at this moment?
Yes, so I believe if we tentatively mapped it out, if we did land acquisition in 2027 with a successful ballot measure and possibly other funding mechanisms, at this time, we did some rough math of estimating timelines, and I think it was no sooner than 2030. Was the last time we did some mapping with Public Works to get the appropriate permitting, hiring of contractors, and that type of work. Of course, we'd need to probably go back and refine that timeline, but that was the estimated start time.
Thank you. And for the building sections, so at the end of the phase 1, will there be 2 major sections? One is, let's see. One is for the performing art. Oops, doesn't work here. One is for the performing arts sector, and the other is for the rest of them. Are those buildings all connected, or they're separated? They're detached from each other?
At the end of phase 1, they're not all connected. So at the moment, let's see, a good slide that sort of depicts it.
For the new construction part.
Maybe slide 21, please. Oh, sorry. That's not the end of phase 1. End of phase 1 would be slide 10, please. That maybe shows a better aerial. So the Rec and Wellness building is kind of one entity with those attached adjacencies with the large flex in the emergency services. So that's one building. And then the education enrichment is its own building, and then the performing arts complex is connected with the back of house lobby. So it's kind of hard to see in this one. We have another design in the master plan document where it gives you a above aerial where you can see the separations a little bit more clear that I didn't put in the presentation. But no, they're not all connected, not in this concept. of course, we could add separations if we needed to.
Okay, thank you. And another question is about, can we go to slide number 24, I believe, the vehicular circulation? So is it the purpose to have the vehicular circulation all around the site to also serve as the emergency access, like fire lane?
Yes, that's correct. So I think the overall purpose was to not try to mix vehicular and pedestrian and bike as much as possible. So vehicular traffic is around the outside, and that also will serve as service roads. I believe there's a section in the master plan that has a specific map for service vehicles. There may be times for landscaping that they'll come into campus. There's a few roads that are designed to be extra wide where they might need to come in for landscaping or service some of the buildings. Otherwise, vehicular traffic is meant to stay on the exterior of the campus, as well as the service roads will still exist for emergency vehicles along the playfields, which will also be for pedestrian and bike traffic as well, which was something that came up at a lot of our community meetings. That will still exist, but there will not be through access for cars. I know that was a major concern from community members, so that has not changed either.
Understand. And there is a slide about like the increased number of indoor space and the parking stall increase. So if we can go to that slide. Does that number, the number of the parking stalls generally meet the building code requirement? Because for the increased programming, like the Performing Arts Center, the theater, and also the classes, all those increased indoor space, are they generally about?
Yeah, we did a parking analysis with Fear and Pierce, and yes, this is up to standards.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Georges.
Thank you for the presentation. This was a really nice presentation. Thank you. I have two questions. One is that the road that goes around the perimeter, is it one-way or two-way?
Two-way.
Thank you. And my other question is, the disagreement with the theater works. Can you tell us more about like how many performances will be hosted in this pavilion? You said it's a 500-seat pavilion, and like I know sometimes theater works, like when they perform in Palo Alto or Mountain View, they have 1 or 2 performances a day, for several weeks in a row. Like, is the idea to move all these regional kind of performances from the other cities into Palo Alto, and then there would be almost like a performance every single day? Because that's going to impact traffic and parking, et cetera. So I just would like to understand a little bit more how that's going to look like.
Yeah, that's a great question. So they haven't given us, unless I'm mistaken, but I feel pretty confident that we haven't gotten to that level of detail on like a production schedule. What I can tell you now, since I manage their agreement at Lucy Stern Community Theater, is it is, not uncommon that they might have multiple performances in a day, but there will be weeks and weeks of rehearsals. So we won't get into the situation where they will have something every day, 365 days a year. It will be something, I'm sure, that in our agreement, when we do actually work on their contractual agreement, that it'll be in cooperation with the campus and the rest of the activities, because we do know if they're hosting performances with 500 seats, the influx that'll have to campus is a really great consideration. So they haven't submitted any terms yet to the city. I'm looking at Kristen because she sits in some of those negotiation meetings, but that will be something that we'll make sure to consider their performance schedule. So,
thank you.
And that was reflected in the parking analysis that we did with Fair and Pierce as well, to the earlier question.
Actually, one more question. The kitchen area in the new kind of there in the back, do you have in mind like a publicly open cafeteria similar to what we have in Mitchell Park? or will that be just a kitchen space for the events?
I think it can be multi-use. So our cooking classes and camps are very popular, so we think it could be used for that. And then, as we mentioned, it could be deployed if we have a shelter set up, so then it can be used for food services, and then it could be rented out if folks want to rent it out for events and then use in combination with the event. So I think it can be all of the above.
But not a public restaurant, similar to Mitchell Park?
Not maybe a cafe portion of it. The full-service kitchen, we imagine, would be more of like the support and
of course,
rental.
that's separate,
But we
yeah.
the cafe was something that was heavily requested. So there would be a portion that could be a cafe only, in addition to the commercial kitchen.
Thank you.
So I'd like to go back to the question that I was kind of concerned about, is this whole lease issue with the school. How is that going to be arranged so that whatever is built will be legitimate for its lifetime?
Yeah, so I think that the intention is not to build any structures like buildings on the leased area. So if you see that in the plan, thank you for pointing that out, because that is something that we definitely want to make sure we're not doing unintentionally or signaling that. I think the current plan in general is to make sure that the lease covers parking lots and some of the athletic fields. And so part of the reason the city, for example, is not intending to purchase that part, the parking lots or some of the athletic fields, goes back to the original deal, MOU, that the district and the city made in the last year or two, where the school district agreed to sell 7 acres, and the city and the school district worked on that footprint. And so that's what you see today. So unfortunately, the 7 acres doesn't include enough acreage to include all of the parking lots in the fields. So to prioritize, to be able to actually build what you see in the master plan or some iteration of that, that was the area, the particular area that could maximize the city's flexibility for building. And to maximize the overall use of the space, so to make sure that there's parking and to make sure that the city and the school district still have access to these fields, the deal is that prior to the city purchasing this property, the city and the school district envisioned renegotiating the existing lease to make sure that there's that continuity going forward, so that operations are not interrupted because of, say, a break in the lease or unresolved terms.
So the hope is that you'll marry the agreement with the school board to the time that the purchase is completed somehow?
Yes, so it's envisioned that before the purchase is closed, the city and the district would come to an agreement on the lease going forward. Yeah.
Yes, at least the agreement will be.
Yeah, because like, as you pointed out, that's very important. Yep.
Yeah, so Theater Works is planning on continuing Lucy Stern, with a relationship with Lucy Stern?
My understanding is if they were to move over here to Cubberley, they would no longer be at Lucy Stern. So they're there now, but if they were to move over there, they wouldn't have both still.
Okay. So there's on the diagram, there seems to be a difference between some of the drawing schemes and some of the construction of the new buildings. That is to say, the diagonal used to come all the way out to Middlefield Road in the scheme that was originally. Is it continuing to come? Is that diagonal circulation still there, or
At the end
is
of
it
phase
interrupted?
3. At the end of phase 3, it is.
Oh.
The diagram you might be referencing is maybe just the end of phase 1. It doesn't quite make it there at the end of phase 1, but at the end of phase 3, it does still stretch all the way across campus.
Okay. I wonder if, if you could describe what that is going to serve, that diagonal coming out to did you keep that in your discussion at this point? Is it flexible also?
The promenade?
Yeah,
Being completed or stopping at phase one?
stopping at phase one possibly.
Yeah, it's definitely been discussed. I think there's been comments on it staying or going and feeling maybe also incomplete at the end of phase one, when its intention was to stretch all the way across campus. So I think we've heard comments that people like it still at the end of phase one, or again, feels incomplete at the end of phase one. So it provides the circulation for the pedestrians and the bikers. So that was some of the positives still, as well as some of the play and nature elements that folks had requested in the meetings are still within those spaces, even though it doesn't stretch all the way across campus. So there was still some benefit from it, even when it wasn't making the full connection. So that's why it's still in there now. And so, yeah, it was left in there at this time as a sequencing to hopefully get to in the further phases.
It's an interesting idea, but the use of it seems a little bit strange. So if it were extended to be some kind of a drop-off area for people who don't want to enter the site but want to simply drop off, I'm just putting that out for some consideration.
That was mentioned, and I think there was a lot of feedback about people not wanting cars to enter the site at all, even for a drop-off, and so I believe that's why we did not consider that ultimately.
Okay. So early education, I don't, are you moving these, it's scattered throughout the site. Have you planned all of the early education sites to be able to be moved prior to the demolition of those areas?
Currently, we have a few of our early education are located next to the T2, which is where the community services offices are located. So at the moment in phase one, there's one building identified that they could be put in one location, and we specifically designed some safe drop zones for parents to be able to easily do pickup and drop off. Again, a lot of the uses for the buildings can be flexible, so if we found there was a different building that worked, but at this time, that's where we would put some of the early, as we've mentioned in the presentation, early childhood was noted in the education and enrichment building there in between the performing arts and the rec and wellness. So that's what was identified at this time, but it could change. But that's also how the drop-off zones were identified as well.
I didn't notice that you've included anything for FOPAL in so could you describe some of that?
Sure, yeah, we didn't call out the tenants specifically, but they've been incorporated into these plans. So I think they're one that can fit into multiple categories as we discussed. So they can be flexible use, they can be education. So they've definitely been a part of the plans and been participating in the meetings. So they have not been forgotten and are incorporated in these plans.
Okay. I've noticed in having visited the site quite often that much of the parking areas are vacant during some of the day, and only used later in the day. So, for example, the extensive parking that is at the playfields is pretty empty during most of the day, much of the day. The two areas that are closer to the middle field are the ones that are more filled. Has that been discussed with the transportation people, and they have indicated that there are times when all of those would be used? And, is it a significant amount of time?
Yes, I'll try to give a short answer. There's a detailed transportation analysis, separate than CEQA, in the master plan that outlines peak times. And so especially near the fields, you're going to see after-school hours and weekends is a lot of the heavy use near the fields, because that's when kids are out of school, naturally. And then on campus, it really will vary because we do have like a multi-generational campus using Cubberley. So we have adults, older folks, childcare, so it'll fluctuate around campus more, but we did do the buildings by use type, so you'll see the peak times throughout the day vary, but I would say the short answer to the fields is going to be after school and weekends.
So fire access, yes, has it been considered, and the fire department gotten into the discussion about that?
Yes.
I think that's it for me.
Any further questions from the ARB? PTC then, clarifying questions. Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you so much, Chair. First of all, I want to start off by saying thank you for this great presentation. It certainly shows that a lot of attention and care has been put in here since the last time we saw it. I know you've been working diligently to incorporate feedback, so thank you. And I'd also like to say thank you to the ARB, because it's been a joy to hear a completely different perspective, right? It's very exciting, and just appreciate you and all the work you guys are doing. We're just doing clarifying questions, so I hear the call for keeping it in scope. I do have a few clarifying questions, and so I will just go through them. You feel free to be as brief as you like to be in terms of answering these. First of all, you mentioned the pool is going to be 25 meters. Can you tell me why that was the choice instead of the standard, most desirable 50 meters by 25 yards?
I believe that was just the feedback we got from our community meetings, I think is the short answer, was just the request we got from stakeholders.
Can you be more specific? I mean, was there somebody who does competition swimming that was included in that? Because I'm concerned that that would not be the choice of competition swimmers. I'll tell you this from my experience working with the competition swim teams in Palo Alto. We have to leave Palo Alto to find a pool that meets those requirements. So for any competitions that involve meters, we have to go over to Stanford or Foothill. So we just don't have that inside the city. It would be really nice if we're going to build a whole new facility to make sure that we're meeting both competition standards. So if it's 50 meters one way and 25 yards the other way, you could do both kinds of competitions there. So that's just a clarifying question. I'll move on. I really appreciated the question about what does it mean to renovate. I appreciate you going through the list. One thing you did not mention was flooring upgrades, and I just want to clarify, would flooring upgrades be part of it? The context for that question is for dance studios. We have many performing arts, dance, taekwondo, and other kinds of things that currently rent at Cubberley. And there have been a lot of improvements in the last 50 years since those floors were put in terms of safety that will improve the longevity of our dancers and our other athletes that train there. So is there a chance that renovations would include improving the flooring to modern standards?
I feel confident it probably does. That's not a comprehensive list.
And so that's something we can really, the question we're trying to refine here is, what are we recommending to council, and how fluid is that once it goes to council and council approves it? So you're saying that potentially the finishings for the renovations, whatever that might be, can be determined after council moves forward. Is that right?
Yes, and then the spaces that have specialty flooring, we continue to work with them, even if they get displaced, to make sure they still have the things that they need to do their programs. So we know some of them have like sprung floors and things like that. So.
You'd be amazed at the amazing children we have training in these studios and the things they've gone on to do. We need to just protect their longevity for being able to continue to compete, because we're seeing a lot of younger people get injuries, So that's something I want to And that goes to the other point when you were talking about, I don't know if you can bring up the slide or if it's worth it, but to your mission, you had like a list of things you want to accomplish. And you've mentioned it out loud, but I don't think I remembered seeing comments in the list of goals around safety and sustainability, and generally the word modernizing isn't included. And I was just wondering, are those goals that are just not included in the list, or is that the kind of thing you'd want feedback on? And we can discuss it later, like we don't have to get into it now, but is that the kind of, are you interested in feedback on this, or is that just something you set with the community meetings?
Yeah, that is definitely one of our goals. It just, didn't make it onto this slide, so, but that is something that we've been communicating in our meetings as well as in our polling.
That's what I think, and it certainly came across in your presentation. The reason I want to make sure, as I'm thinking ahead to the ballot measure, is to make sure that you're conveying some of that in writing, because this is a pretty big uphill battle. So that's my last question then about the ballot measure. We have had a few questions around this. Apologize if you don't know, just say it. But if you do know, can we get some clarity about whether the ballot measure covers purchase only, purchase plus phase 1, purchase plus phase 1 through 3, or is it something that's being approved for perpetuity and then those other phases will come along when the money builds up enough for them?
Yeah, we don't know yet. We have poll 4 going out into the field, which will help inform that decision, because we don't know how much we'll be able to get yet from the ballot measure. So poll 4 will be our final poll that will inform the placement of the ballot measure.
But we don't know what kind of thing we're going to be asking for in terms of if it's perpetual funding or if it has a finite date involved.
So, no, so those details are still up in the air. The council hasn't approved either way. So I think the poll, I think council will discuss some of those very details at their next full council meeting toward end of April.
Thank you. So just to put this in context and why I'm asking is, we have to understand what you're expecting us to forward to council, because we have no scoping at all whatsoever on, you have phases, but we don't know if this phase is going to be taught. There's an implication in the presentation, this phase through phase 1, purchase through phase 1 at least, will be what we're recommending to forward to council, because that's what they're going to ask for at least funding for. Is that what you're asking us to? We need to know what is the scope of what we're forwarding to council.
I'm just going to jump in with a reminder that the funding is actually coming from multiple sources. And so I think the goal that's being discussed is to find funding to be able to do phase 1.
So completely abstract funding from what we're recommending.
So what we're doing in parallel here is consideration of a ballot measure to provide funding, negotiating opportunities for funding through other sources, and developing a master plan so that we've got a longer-term vision for what Cubberley will be, because having that master plan will assist in things like requesting future grants to fund it moving forward. But the goal is to be able to do phase 1 through those combinations of funding.
So really, to rephrase, you want us to abstract the funding, you guys will figure that out, but we want to at least have a vision through phase 1 that we forward to council?
We would like this to be a vision through phase 3, but recognizing that the immediate improvements would be phase 1.
With an asterisk that 2 and 3 may be imaginary.
Correct.
Okay.
And that the funding is something that council will be deciding on.
Okay. All right. We have a scope. I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Templeton. Quick interruption, Vice Chair Chang, did you have a follow-up?
Can I just follow up along that line since we're on that topic? So as to what we're recommending to council, when we recommend a master plan, is it just sort of the blocks on the paper, or does it include the phasing? Like, does the master, like, what exactly are we recommending when we recommend a master plan? Are we saying that, and we agree that it should be done in this order, and this is the delineation at each phase as documented in the presentation?
What we're requesting is that you make a recommendation to council on the master plan document, which there is phasing included in there, but I'll give the example. The phase 1, which includes a recreation wellness center, if we have our partner, Friends of the Recreation Wellness Center, who can immediately or close to immediately build perhaps a portion of that immediately, we would want to take advantage of that. So the phasing will have to be fluid as our funding is secured throughout the project, as we get more partner organizations who might be interested in contributing funding as impact fees come in and help. So we're really asking for recommendation on the master plan, but also the CEQA analysis. And we did the full CEQA analysis of the whole master plan so that we're ready to move forward with the project. We could do near-term improvements, but if we're able to get, through a certain phase, we already have the CEQA documentation done.
Okay, so that makes sense, that the phases themselves, both in terms of timing and the boundaries of the phases, may be sort of fluid. Is that what you're saying? Okay, yes. Great. Then related to that, then, what is not as fluid in a master plan with respect to a bond measure or taxes, or, so like, what is in the master plan document is not fluid? Because I want to understand that if we're signing off or recommending something, specifically what is sort of immovable after we recommend it?
The maximum size that it is. So we wouldn't, we're basing our analysis on a certain number of square footage, an increase in square footage, expected increase in visitors to the site at different times of day. So we wouldn't, our limit would be to not exceed what we've included.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Dr. Peterson, any clarifying questions?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So being the sustainability engineer, I have some sustainability questions. One of the first questions is the project intended to be net zero or anything like that, if you're familiar with the term?
I am unsure if it reaches full net zero. I'm pulling up our appendices where we do have a section on the building systems and all of the factors that they use to mitigate impact. I'm not sure if you reviewed that part of it, the different strategies that they're going to use. But I don't remember reviewing that we ever get to net zero. So the city has adopted various policies and procedures just to, mitigate impact, but I feel confident saying I don't remember us getting to net zero.
Okay, and is that something that we would want to recommend to council? Is that within our purview, or is that something that they would handle separately?
I'll jump in and say that kind of detail is likely something that would be part of the review of when we actually have the building designs. And so I think, sharing that once we're to the comment period as a thought to be considered in the future is great. It, of course, would need to be one of the things that's balanced with costs and other priorities.
Right. So then the next question, of course, is the project carbon neutral? Or is that an intention to try to have a carbon neutral master plan?
I'll start, but feel free to add. I think in general, as aligned with our sustainability plan, we do strive to do the best we can within certain limitations. In a case like this, where we are reusing existing buildings, that has benefits and drawbacks in terms of being able to reach some of those high standards.
Thank you. And then the next question is, the last time this came around, I had asked about the walkability to the local transit. There's a Caltrain station. I didn't see anything about walking access to the site in the master plan.
I'm going to jump in again, but feel free to add. I think that actually connects more with, in terms of connections to the Caltrain station, with the work that you'll be discussing at your next meeting with the San Antonio Road Area Plan. We are having close conversations with the staff who work on both of these efforts, seeing as how this is going to be a huge asset to those future residents, and the mobility improvements that are part of that plan will be a huge asset to those who are coming, at least from that side of town, into the Cupperley Community
You
Center.
anticipated my next question was, how are you coordinating with the master plan for the San Antonio corridor? I'm guessing that's the answer to that question.
Yeah, we've got staff cross discussions between the two.
And then Commissioner Templeton brought up the swimming pool. I don't know if you knew, Foothill College, I don't know how many meetings they spent just on the swimming pool alone. And I think when I last paid attention, they were at over $30 million for a swimming pool. Is the swimming pool, is there any specification in there if the pool will be gas heated, electric heated, heated by heat pumps? There's just a huge, and then the heat pumps generate immense amounts of noise apparently.
I don't believe we got to that level of detail in this plan. I know the city does have plans right now to electrify, because that's something we're talking about at our other pool. So I'd imagine a similar conversation would happen. I don't know if either of you have any more to add, but I think that is the strategy of the city currently.
Okay.
I haven't heard about the noise though, so thanks for.
At one point it became out, they weren't going to the pool would never heat up with the energy efficient heating system, like in the lifetime of anybody in the room. There were just weird scenarios with energy efficient pools that they spent endless amount of time working on. So just wanted to, as soon as we're looking at a actual competition pool, which is in high demand, there were some really big questions that came in with that. And some of the local, I'll leave it there. The last question I have is going back to the questions with the traffic plan. I didn't see anything with the simulation showing that, say you have two theater events with, say, 500 participants, that there's the egress from, say, the freeway or wherever people are coming from, most likely, to be able to get into that site and back out without creating an absolute gridlock.
Yeah, I don't think we have any modeling in the master plan. We did discuss it when we were doing the transportation analysis, and that sometimes for large events like that, or, well, one, first, just strategic scheduling, that we don't have some sort of massive soccer tournament and a theater, something happening at the same time. But we also may need to look at off-site parking options too, and either doing shuttling or busing is something that we talked about for nearby locations, and maybe some other mitigation techniques for large events. But that's something we'll note for future to have some strategic planning around.
Okay, I'll leave any questions on parking to one of the other commissioners, because that ends up being an entirely detailed question by itself, is off-site parking, shuttling, and credits and things like that for reduced parking use. Thank you, that's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Peterson. I'll strongly recommend for anyone who hasn't had a look at the appendices for the master plan to do so. They are very much worthwhile. And as I'll talk about later, the transportation analysis for the initial study is also good. Vice Chair Chang, you have any further clarifying questions?
So related to the pool, because I agree with sort of the gist of what Commissioner Templeton was bringing up, is the pool size something that is set for the master plan, or that's
No.
flexible? Okay, great. Then I guess my question about funding is, and also sort of the phasing that's related to it, is what if we don't raise enough money to complete all of phase 1? Are the different pieces of it then meant to be sort of modular and functional? Like if with the 1.1 demolition and the 1.2 construction, so maybe we only have enough for that, or only enough for the 1.3 and 1.4?
Yes, we could do that.
Okay. Also, I wanted to clarify my understanding to make sure that we are essentially relying on leased land from PAUSD for the parking counts that we have, correct?
Some of them, yes.
Okay. And have we verified with PAUSD that, like, what happens if PAUSD changes its plans in the future? And like, I heard loud and clear that we're not going to build any structures on that, but then what does that do to us?
So we have considered that. We've been working closely with the school district on just ensuring, as we're continuing this project. So if we were at a point where they decided they wanted that parking area to build a school or something, I don't know, we would have to look for alternate parking. I mean, we'd have to shift our gears a little bit and kind of reassess our parking situation.
Yep. Okay. Then also, can you pull up your slide that shows sort of the different phases and the number of spaces for each phase? Because I'm trying to figure out where the additional spaces come from, because when I look at I think it's just me not understanding the plans. Because when I look at phase 2, I didn't see any construction of additional parking, and same thing for phase 3. So if you could just explain that a little bit, that would be helpful.
Underground.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. So that's
Partially
also,
underground, yeah.
That's also why it's so expensive to do phase 2 and phase 3, because it's not just the above ground structures, correct? It's a lot of
It
digging.
contributes to the cost, yeah. The overwhelming feedback when we kind of sourced around the above-ground parking structure was pretty overwhelmingly, no one liked that idea, so.
Okay. And then with respect to the outdoor amphitheater, can you just help me orient to the size of what that would be relative to, say, the bowl at Mitchell Park and the like children's theater, hot dogs, like how big is that little, it's a triangle also, right? That is, maybe we should pull that up, because when it was labeled as the outdoor amphitheater, it was one of the 3D pictures rather than the above ground. So I think the parking pictures with circulation actually show a pretty good bird's eye view of what that would be.
Yes, if we could go to slide 7, I think that gives a good aerial view. So on this slide here, the amphitheater would be tucked in, so kind of in the middle of your screen is the brown square, which is the I building. So the amphitheater is kind of where there's like 2 green bushes that are a little bit darker green. So it can be configured around either side of the I building. And so that's why we kind of intentionally have that curved walkway right now, so folks can lay down their chairs and blankets, and we could have quite a bit of green space. And then power can be drawn from the I building, and we can set up a stage in that area. One of our initial plans had it maybe bowling, like the bowl at Mitchell Park, but then we wanted it to be something that when there wasn't an event going on, it could be flat and used for a variety of other purposes. So that's why it eventually became flat space, so then it could become really multi-purpose.
And then size-wise, how does it, like, I'm just trying to.
So the area,
orient.
the
Trying to
green
orient myself.
area, that would be the amphitheater, and then all the way up to the sort of upper left where there's that circle. All of the green area enclosed in the buildings is about 2 acres.
But how does that, again, like, this is what I had a hard time with the last time you guys were here. I don't know that's like really large, right, compared to the, say, the circle, the little depressed amphitheater at Mitchell Park. So this is, for me and anybody else who has trouble figuring out the relative size of things, could you give me a sense of that? Maybe I need to look at an aerial view of Google.
I don't have, oh, go ahead, Commissioner Templeton.
Assuming that pool is 25 meters/yards, it looks like it's a little bit smaller than a football field.
Okay.
This grass, just if you look at the
That's
stack
huge.
3.
Okay, thank you. That's super helpful. That's it for me now.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Ekman.
I have a couple questions, but I'm really anxious to hear from the public, so I'm just going to hold them until after that.
I will also hold my substantive comments until after public comment. I have only one clarification request, which is for the document. When you illustrate Phase 1 complete, the sub-projects are all identified by number, but at that point in the document, the numbers have not been explained. So it might be a good idea to put a reference to pages 56 and 57 as a footnote so that people know where those things are explained. All right then. Mr. Tavera, how many requests to speak do we have?
Through the chair, I've received one request to speak at the moment, but I would like to invite, if there's anyone on Zoom that would like to speak to this item, to raise your hand. With that being said, I would like to invite Penny E. to the mic.
Good evening. My name is Penny Olson, and some of you have seen me up here before for Payback or Safe Routes to School or Green Meadow Community Association or SARAP CAG. Tonight I'm just speaking as an individual, but informed by all of those experiences. So I'm delighted to see continued progress on Coverly, which will be increasingly important to our community as a community hub as the city plans for somewhere between 3,800 and 7,400 new units in the SARAP area. This is going to be an important place for South Palo Alto and all of Palo Alto. I have just one comment and request. I really appreciated all your comments this evening, and I've been checking things off. So, the bike ped facilities on the north and south boundaries of the property are unclear, and I just want to ask staff to please clarify what we can expect to see in these areas. They've basically said that we'll be able to continue to use the fire lanes and that they'll be protected from all motor vehicles except emergency vehicles up to the end of the fire lane. But what's not clear in the plans is what happens after that. Right now, people use kids connect into Coverly from the north and south ends using those fire lanes, and people also go to Charleston Shopping Center. This is an after-school commute route. Kids go over there and they get snacks and stuff like that, and we kind of prefer they do it that way rather than going through the parking lots, right? So that is an important connection for student safety after school. So we need to know that I'm looking at this new roundabout there, and what I see is a wonderful focus on motor vehicles, but I don't really see a good, strong, protected connection for kids, for anybody on bicycles and on foot. So I would love to hear from staff what they plan to offer in Phase 1, not later on, but Phase 1, because this is an existing important bicycle pedestrian connection, both ends of the playing fields. So it needs to go from Nelson Drive all the way to Middlefield, and there's an opening to the Charleston Shopping Center there, for those of you who might not be familiar. And then on the other side of campus, it connects to Greendale, but also it takes people all the way to the Montrose-Middlefield intersection, which is a wonderful route to Ohlone Elementary School for kids who live in our neighborhood, and probably some kids, who might be going into Coverly the other way, right, from SARAP in the future and from the neighborhoods over there. So I guess that's my primary question is what can we expect to see in phase one for bikes and peds? And I appreciated, I think it was Commissioner Aiken who made the remark about the central bike facility not connecting all the way through. Who was that? Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner Hirsch said that. Anyway, thank you for that comment, and I'd love to hear a little more about what's going to happen in phase one with that.
Thank you very much, Ms. Elson. Do we have any other commenters?
Through the chair, we have not received any other requests to speak at this time, and I do want to apologize. It looks like our technology is not working today.
No matter. I wanted to make sure everyone had plenty of time to be heard anyway, so not an issue. All right, if that concludes public comment, then I would like to bring it back to the ARB for the first round of discussion. Chair Chen?
Excuse me.
Pardon me, Commissioner Templeton?
We haven't heard from Commissioner Heckman yet, so I just wanted to remind you of that.
Thank you, Commissioner. This is working fine. So as you suggested, Chair, let's proceed.
All right. I don't want to be too hard-nosed about this. We can revise order when it makes sense. So please feel free to bring up interruptions if needed.
I just misunderstood. I thought he said he wanted to wait until after public comment for his remarks, and I thought you agreed to it. Thank you.
Chair Chen?
Sure. So Board Member Georges, you want to say something?
Yeah, just question to the board before we start this next session. Should we set a rule to limit everybody's time to a certain amount of minutes? We have tried this with the ARB once, and I think that went really well. And now there's so many people, maybe that's a good idea, would be a good idea. Maybe with exception for the two board members who have not had a chance to speak yet.
I will take the risk of speaking for the PTC. We typically do not place limits on commissioner comment time. If things do get out of hand, then we can request that comments be suspended and then come back around on the next round. But typically, we haven't found it necessary to place limits.
Yeah, thank you for thinking about it, to using our time efficiently. But I think for the first round, we can just open it up and see if we need it for the second round. So for the first round comments, so we will just start from the right. If Board Member Hirsch, if you're ready to comment.
Not really, but I'll give it a try. Ms. Elson, yes, the original master planners had in mind that there would be some definite cross-through to the shopping center. And I just bring it up because I think the design team has done a very, very good job here. And it's quite an improvement from where we were when we were doing these study groups in the beginning of this project, with the community, that is, you know. You know, I don't have anything major to say about the project. At this point, I guess my biggest concern is that proximity somehow is an issue for me. One is that the younger school age children ought to be considered relative to the drop-off very carefully, because I know that, you know, they're scattered in the site right now. So I'm concerned because I really don't recall exactly. Are they on the perimeter of the preschool? Is that pretty much the perimeter of the site?
One of the main childcare is right off Middlefield now, and so a lot of the parents will either park parallel on Middlefield, there's street parking, or pull into the lots and walk the kids in.
Okay, so, that's a kind of an issue. It's an issue now because all of the parking is on the opposite side, and they have a long way to go down that passage. And so my thought is that really that's a priority for closeness to the parking and a possible drop-off for them on the site as well. I would say that's something to be considered, is what aspects of the project here ought to have proximity. And I think that would be the prime one to consider. Older kids in the dance studios, et cetera, they can certainly walk they're capable of dancing. I think they're capable of walking any distance within the site. I want to advise you about tennis and/or pickleball. Pickleball, by the way, is very noisy. I'm a member of the pickle board. And so I'm concerned about that, if you have pickleball. Also, the tennis courts as presently laid out in an east-west direction rather than a north-south. And that's not an appropriate direction for tennis play. I'm sure you get into that eventually, it's diagrammatic at this stage. I almost wonder if you have the capacity for the parking on the raised level, under the raised level, whether or not it's necessary to do that, and also whether you would consider the kind of end of the baseball fields as a place where you could relocate. I know you're trying to pack all of the athletic in one area, but to put it in a structure like that, in the first place, it's going to be a relatively expensive structure, additional structure to have the raised tennis, pickleball, whatever it is. And the end of the present playground, is a kind of a waste. And I wonder if it would be possible to consider that. So I'm just putting it out there. I think that the scheme is a terrific scheme, I think it really has an arrangement into the center of the space that's really quite nice. I wonder if the smaller building that's kind of the square building within the site, which is planned for, I don't know what exactly there, but it's part of could you describe that, what that is then, again?
Do you know which one? I think the I building. Yeah, is it the I building in the middle of campus, the brown one?
The existing building, sort of the square building.
Yep, so the I building, and we can pull up a slide if we need to. So currently it's used by PAUSD, so it'd be something that they would vacate when hopefully we purchase the property. And so we would use it as one of our education or flex buildings that could be tenants or used by rentals or programs. So it would be one that we would plan to renovate.
Mm-hmm. So it just seems to me that the outer space is kind of stretched around the perimeter of that, and the point of that structure sort of faces out towards, one of the corners faces out towards the open space. And I wonder if it wouldn't be possible just to consider that part of the open space, because it would, relative to what some other people were saying here, is the perimeter of the passage and the shape of it is kind of focused on that corner. And if it wasn't there, you'd have a much better open space with a possible stage, et cetera. That would make the space a better space in the middle.
Understood. I think I'll offer just one context back was to save costs. We tried to renovate the buildings we could, and that one was found to be something that was substantial that could be renovated structurally, and that's why it was considered to be saved.
Okay. Again, an idea to consider to improve the open space might be, the community was very concerned about having a lot of green space. And that would really make it a more major space within the middle. So I'd like that to be considered, along the way. These are sort of my specific thoughts about it. I think that, again, faux pas, if it is moved and relocated as you're planning, then the circulation around that area would be improved as well. If you ever have tried to make it through the passageway that goes around the building there, the pavilion building, it's a torture scene, So I hope your traffic engineers look closely at the way you make that connection around to the parking lot. That's it for the moment, It's really going to be a nice scheme, and of course, I think the way in which you integrate all of the buildings as a kind of a design effort we look forward to seeing what you come up with from that. So.
Thank you, Board Member Hirsch. Board Member Georges?
Thank you. I have a few comments. First of all, in no particular order, I think it would be nice to make a cafeteria more central. I think right now it's kind of stuck behind, several other buildings. So, if we are thinking about, kids going to the shopping center for snacks, or kids are, finishing their dance class, or after, people coming from the theater, from an afternoon performance, etc. I think a cafeteria more in a central location would be more accessible and findable. So I know these plans are kind of visionary, but I think that would be my feedback is, if you're trying to build a community, like from a planning or architectural standpoint, I think it would be good to bring these kinds of common spaces where people tend to gravitate more to a more central location. Then I noticed that the drive, that circular route goes through the parking lot. So I'm not 100% sure that's a perfect solution. I know it kind of looks good on the plan and it helps you organize the space. But I just imagine hundreds of cars, potentially thousands of cars, every day. If there's a performance, like driving through that parking lot. I think that just doesn't feel right. There will also be a lot of human traffic in that parking lot. People getting to their cars, etc. I think I just put it out there that I think that's not an ideal solution. Also, the tennis court is on top of this parking structure, so I just have in my mind the tennis courts in San Mateo, with their tall fencing, around. It's kind of an eyesore. I mean, it is an eyesore, and I'm worried about the residents on Nelson Drive. The part of the community center that is close to Middlefield has huge trees, but that backside, doesn't. So, and that fencing will be exposed, and the noise, will carry even further because of the height. So, I think, considering an underground garage in that area would help, would also increase the costs. I'm not sure whether there's a reasonable way of putting landscape screening because it's going to be so extremely tall from day one. For an oak tree to grow tall enough to screen it would take 10, 20, 30 years. I hear you. In a fourth comment is about the parking. I hear about the parking study. Those on the ARB know that I'm not always trusting these parking studies. I'm just really concerned about 500-seat event. In addition to everything else that's going on in the center, tennis. There's a swimming pool. There's Saturday afternoon. There might be not even a swim meet, but just a regular training session. It's just it just needs a lot of parking. And in phase one, you are adding some amount of parking to the existing, but it's quite small. So if the amount of parking we have is adequate today, once you have a swimming pool and 500 seat theater, it's not going to be enough. A fifth comment is about the swimming pool. Yes, I think there should be attention to the sizing and the heating of that. I'm also a member in Rinconada Pool, have been for many years, and I understand there's a need for a swimming pool, but working with the community, the swimming community, I think it would need to be really thought through what the correct sizing, what are the requirements for dressing rooms and things like that. Because I also think that the space that is allocated to some of these ancillary things, next to the swimming pool, at least on the, on this plan that I see, is not very large. So I'm just thinking now of the new pool in Mountain View. There's a huge building next to that pool, and it's almost 100% utilized. So I don't see that here. So are we building a pool that nobody will be able to use because the dressing rooms are inadequate, or there are no meeting rooms or storage rooms for pasta or things like that? Number 6, I'm not sure whether this is within the purview of the ARB, but I think remodeling existing buildings that are planned for later deconstruction could be a good idea if it's a cosmetic thing, like you just repaint or something, but you enumerated so many very significant improvements, such as structural, HVAC, earthquake retrofitting, roofing, envelope, windows. I mean, it almost feels like you're building a new building. I'm not sure whether that's the right decision from a taxpayer standpoint, but that's just a comment. And then, like number 8, I think, related to the general concern that many people, here have, is about what are we recommending to be approved. I think the long-term lease for that parking space is really critical, because that lease is kind of like a Damocles sword hanging over this project. So I'm not sure anybody can recommend this project if a year from now, 2 years from, some amount of years from now, even 5 years or 10 years from now, we lose that parking space. So I think part of the recommendation should be some kind of a requirement for a long-term lease. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I will just keep down the road. And I think this overall, the master plan is quite successful, and I like the diagonal concept, and I think overall the circulation got lots of improvements compared to what we saw last time. And there are a couple of comments I'd like to make. One is to echo what PTC Vice Chair just mentioned about the priority, like if we don't have enough funding for even for phase one, then maybe we should have a priority list on which one is to go first and which one goes last. And also, I think since phase two and phase three would be really down the road, like it will not be completed in the near future. So I think architecturally, we should have the new construction part and the renovation part have some dialogue, conversation between these two parts, so that it could be more architecturally and programming more cohesive instead of like two separate projects. And also for the circulation, I think we already talked about the vehicular for the end users, and also touch base a little bit on the bicycle and the pedestrian circulation. But I think there are also quite a bit a lot we need to do with the service and daily maintenance, and also the back house services, because we have the kitchen here, we have all those pool facilities and also the gym, so those how to maintain it and where is the service road, and also to the concern that board member Joe just mentioned about to have the fire access across the parking garage. Maybe, I'm not sure whether we can utilize the alleyway between the tennis court, the garage, and the gym. It seems like there is the alleyway there. Maybe we could make it wider and make it as the fire access or also service corridor there. And I also have some concern on the construction cost of the renovation, but I think you have already analyzed each of the existing building and run the numbers and feel it makes sense to do all those adjustments and keep it as it is instead of tear it down and build the new ones. So I think overall it's quite nice, and I just hope that the new and the old ones can have some dialogues between it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for a very thoughtful master plan, but I'm really disheartened about the later phases because I see that it's a complete master plan with all phases, but it looks like a plan waiting for the future if you just look at phase one, right? Your diagonal promenade kind of chops off randomly, right at the end of phase one, at the end of existing buildings. So I also have questions about, the priority and what part of this program that's just looking at phase one, for instance, what part of that, it seems like there are sub phases within phase one, right? And it's both, and there's several factors to it: priority, funding, need, community needs. So I almost I'm trying to picture a matrix of, let's just say, the education and enrichment portion, which I understand it's part of existing program that would get relocated, but what is the funding source that makes that possible? Because it seems like things that are community-wise higher priority may have less funding source, kind of depending on where it's coming from. Like with TheaterWorks partnership, I'm hopeful that the theater portions of this will get done more likely than some of the higher community priority, but less likely to be get funded kind of pieces. So I worry about the kit of parts of this master plan being done in any kind of sequence that pairs up with, even your phasing in the master plan, even within phase one. So I am more confused than I was, yesterday or the day before reading the master plan, knowing that it's really not a full master plan, it's a full dream, and phase one is likely in the near term. But if I also worry about even is phase one going to happen, right? And so it goes back to your question earlier about what are we recommending for approval? So I would like some clarity on, more clarity on like what part of this master plan are we, in written words, approving? Is it the square footage of phase one construction and renovation? There's about 50,000 square feet of just renovation in phase one, right? In today's dollars, it's somewhere, based on my experience, with seismic upgrades, it's almost like $800 a square foot or more. So that's, I don't know, like, what is it, $50 million that is going into renovation, right, in phase one as part of funding. Don't quote me on the number, I'm not a cost estimator. But, so I worry about, those are critical things that needs to happen as far as, all of like what you're putting in the existing buildings. And so like in a jigsaw puzzle, which part of these are likely to get funded in phase 1A, 1B, 1C, and how does all of that fall into place? And I worry that because phase 2 and 3 seems quite unlikely, is this a master plan that we're approving with really the completion of phase 1 kind of leaves loose ends? And more in the granular portion in phase 1 where you're, sorry, I'm looking at the existing buildings that are like between A and B stay and C and D get partially cut off, right? So, yeah, could you, sorry, I'm just looking at my screen, but it would be good for everybody to look at it. It's page 9 of the master plan. Yep, so on the deconstruction image on the lower left, the red dotted line shows A and B, and then next to that, where the dotted line zigzags, C and I think D as well gets partially cut off. So that's partial demolition of a building, which can also come with, mandatory seismic upgrades, all kinds of things that can come with it. So I just worry that these demolitions might be more trouble than it's worth, or sorry, partial demolitions and renovations are going to come with a lot of baggage that has not quite been thought through, it feels like, in this master plan. So again, back to my comment of like, I want to understand as a group, what are we recommending for approval? And I want to have real clarity on this is the part of master plan as we understand it that we're recommending for approval. That makes sense.
Through the chairs, if I may jump in and just try and provide a little bit of context that hopefully helps for those future discussions, and then once we get to a recommendation, and invite my colleagues to add as well. I think this is one of the difficulties when we are looking at a conceptual master plan or an area plan where we don't have the precise design of the buildings or guarantee of funding, because having this master plan helps us get more funding, right? It's a chicken and egg kind of thing. And so my recommendation would be to be thinking of it as, this is our vision for what this community center can be. And having that vision is a really important part of making it actually come to fruition eventually. As staff, we have tried to have some realistic expectations based on the history of this project. We want to help the city move forward with really highly needed improvements in a way that is realistic, based on kind of what we're hearing about potential funding, in a way that could get some things in the near term as we work towards the final vision. And so I think the final vision is really important, and that should be really what you are recommending. You're saying, this is what we want Cubberley to look like, with a recognition that the exact layout, the size of the pool, there are things like that that can be adjusted as we get into those details. But the total size, the main components of the layout, the general kind of site circulation, those are the kinds of things that if they changed, we'd have to relook at the CEQA review. And so those are the components that future designs would align with. And then the idea of this phasing allows us to do some of the improvements, move some components forward as we work for the funding of the other components, and acknowledging that and sharing the input that you have shared already tonight about the concerns and the things that you think are important to make sure that those buildings are seismically safe, that the flooring is appropriate for the uses, that we have appropriate access for children coming to the schools that are on site. Though I will note that we actually have a wonderful 50% mode share for bikes and pedestrians to our schools in Palo Alto, and so a lot of those kids are going to be coming without adding more cars to the road. So I hope that framing helps you understand, yeah, we aren't getting into the details, we can't say exactly which components, but hearing from you the things that are the biggest concerns and the biggest priorities helps us continue to refine this and then develop those plans as we know what funding is available.
Board Member Rosenberg.
Good evening. First of all, I want to thank all my fellow board members. Bringing up the tail end here is always a little double-edged sword here. I'd like to reiterate that I agree with primarily pretty much everything that my fellow board members have said. I'm going to try and keep my comments sort of focused on items that either haven't been covered or items that I think need minor amendments in my mind. First of all, also to the city staff, this is a big undertaking, and it's definitely one of those projects that we as architects, we love to get lost in the details, and it's tough at a project like this when we are, the chicken and the egg. You've got to get the funding to know the scope, but you have to know the scope to get the funding. So it's a little bit of that, and keeping that in mind. I just want to say hats off to you guys. You have done a very thorough presentation. Appreciate the public outreach. This is, Cubberley is gem in this city, and it can be so much more than what it is right now. So I'm really looking forward to having this developed into something that's much more useful, much more community oriented, and really just re-embracing Cubberley in a way that maybe it once was back in the 70s and 80s when I was a kid, but it has sort of not been in more recent years. So I'm really looking forward to seeing this moving forward. So with that big picture in mind, I'm going to focus my comments there. I feel like also in one of the earlier iterations, we did have more pedestrian analysis. When you guys actually came towards ARB, we had really clear graphics of pedestrian pathing and bike pathing and things like that I do feel were somewhat missed. And so we had some public comment on that. And I do want to reiterate how critically important that is, especially for the kids. I didn't feel necessary to comment on it because I remember that we had talked about it previously and it was of high importance in previous conversations. So just to really bump that back up to the top of the list. Like the idea of the competition-sized swimming pool. I think the fact that people in Palo Alto have to leave Palo Alto to go find something that's ridiculous. On the same token, it'd be nice if there was a small pool for kids to splash around in. So, there's all these wishes that people want, and those have to be balanced with what we can afford, with what's actually the priority of what's needed. And I think that unfortunately, that is one of those quote-unquote details, right? While it is a major element of this site and while it is a major part of the planning, it is unfortunately a detail that will have to get sort of developed as we find out what the budget is, as we find out, taking this one step at a time. But understanding that having that be a goal would be great, right? Marking that as something that would be good to have and would be good to strive towards, and not just letting it go by the wayside. Just because, we can't afford it, let's cut it from the list, right? That's actually something that's of a priority. I also want to touch on this is sort of a trickier one with the concept that Board Member Joe Jarth had mentioned with the traffic mitigation, parking mitigation, having multiple events slated at the same time. This tends to be an operations issue. And it's something that I just don't know how to factor that into our recommendations to council other than to say that, having some planning and making sure there's not a Theater Works performance of Hamilton and a soccer game that's going to be, the end-all be-all of whatever that regional tournament is, and a swimming competition at the same time. That would be problematic. So understanding that the operations of this facility will need to be well managed for the duration of it. But in big picture, I think it's great. I think you guys are really taking steps in the right direction. Yes, there are concerns. Yes, there are steps that need to be sort of finessed as we get down the road, but it is a difficult thing to take this one step at a time. And that's what we have to do with a project this big. So thank you very much. And to my fellow board members, thank you for your comments, and to the commissioners, thank you as well.
Anything else from the ARB? Before we begin the detailed comment round from PTC, I think it's an appropriate time to take a break. So it is currently 8:17 by my watch. Shall we return at 8:30? No, I Welcome back, everyone. We're ready to resume. We will begin with PTC comments and questions, and I would like to begin with Commissioner Heckman.
Thank you, Chair. I am up. So let me start with my questions, which are really brief, just helping me understand the leasing arrangement. So I read in the staff report that most of the 27 acres that the city doesn't own are being leased from the school district. I heard reference in the staff report that the school district is using Building I right now, and I'm wondering what other parts of Cubberley aren't we either owning or leasing currently?
So the 27 acres that we refer to is owned by the school district.
Right.
And we lease some of that space. We used to lease all of it, and the lease has been reduced. It was reduced during COVID. So the school district occupies the I building and the A and B long buildings, wings, I guess, and the C building. I'm trying to find the image here. And then they also have the auditorium, which is, they lease that to a tenant of their own. And then there's some other smaller buildings or rooms attached to buildings that they also have part of their lease.
Okay, all right. And then the vision here that city would buy the 7 to add to their 8, lease some part of the remaining acreage, including some parking. As the tenant there, we can improve access ways and put on new asphalt if we want, right, and make sure that what we're leasing, we can improve that, even though we don't want to build structures on land we're leasing.
To a degree. So some of the plan evaluated like restriping maybe the parking lots, but yeah, you're right, we won't be able to construct or do construction, but we did say like, oh, it might be nice to restripe the parking lots once we take over the lease. But yeah, putting down new asphalt, we'd probably have to discuss that. I don't know if they'd be opposed to it, but we could like put down new lines, but no construction.
Okay, all right. So those were my questions. So I want to really start by thanking all of the members of the Palo Alto community who, have provided input to staff through numerous community meetings over a period of years now, and to staff for sort of taking that input and along with the consultants, taking the direction from the council, input from the board and PTC here tonight, and from the PRC, and melding all of that into what I think is a wonderful visionary document. I'm excited by the prospect of this conceptual master plan. As I was studying it in anticipation of this, I got a little stuck on the question that Vice Chair Chang ended up asking when I was looking at the breadth of phase 1 and the nebulousness of the funding sources today, and wonder, and when I think of phases, I think of them, I think the way most people do, that a phase is something you discretely start and end, and then you go to something else, another phase, and start and end it. And I was concerned about, there's a lot going on in phase 1, and what if all the money that would be needed for that isn't there? And so I started to look through, I said, well, there's probably an answer to that somewhere in the master plan. And so I started to look through the master plan to look for that, and I think I found it. Are you able to pull up page 52 of the master plan? if you can't, let me just read.
We're going to work on bringing it up, but,
okay.
yeah.
Okay. I think it's good for people to see it because it's useful in, at least in my thinking, of how to look at this master plan tonight in trying to form a recommendation. I'm just going to go ahead and read it. That can be pulled up. It says, and so this is at the end of the description of phase one, the phasing overview. It says, this phasing plan is conceptual and flexible, showing just one example of the building sequence. Over the coming years, this phasing plan may be revised to better suit future needs, constraints, and funding opportunities. And I think that that is one of the most important two sentences in a conceptual master plan. Because one of the things we have to do in a master plan, a conceptual master plan, is set expectations. And what we don't want to happen is an aspirational document turn into a source of frustration for the public when things don't happen the way they're shown here, or in the time that is hinted at, or in the order that's described here. And so I think to set expectations, this language, which is, I'm going to call it buried on page 52, it needs to be more prominent. I think it should go in the preface. There's kind of some language that's a little similar in the second paragraph of the preface, but I think we need to do better. And then at the beginning of section 4, the conceptual master plan, where we lay out these phases, and there's a summary on that page. I think that's on page 48 is the diagram. I think maybe it's 49. I think you got to put it there too. Again, I want people to understand when they look at this that this isn't the end product. This is the beginning of figuring out the end product. And really, when I look at this master plan, to me, it's kind of akin to a design build 15% plan. It's kind of the bones. And we know as the plan progresses, it's going to change. It's going to be studied in more detail. And I think a lot of the angst that I've heard tonight from fellow commissioners and board members is there's a lack of clarity. But for me, I think that's okay if we understand and articulate correctly what this document is. And so that's, again, why I think that language is important. And I thought there were some really interesting points made about the notion of developing priorities. And I'm not opposed to that, but we can't do it tonight. I think that's a very detailed discussion that would really take a session or two more to wrestle with. And I feel like we're on a pretty tight timeline to get a ballot measure in November. And I don't personally think that it's worth sort of stopping that train for a year to set the priorities. I'm actually thinking that depending upon how the funding sources gel through the ballot measure and other partnerships, if we don't hit $365 million in funding, there's going to be a discussion of priorities of phase one. That's just going to naturally happen. And I'm comfortable with that. So when I look at this master plan, I try to understand it as a guideline for a future vision rather than laying down the law, this is what will be. And I just think that needs to be made a little more clear in the document. I did want to spend just a minute on the concept of philanthropy. I mentioned this last time that that this was before the PTC, and there were a couple of references to it in the staff report, but I didn't get the sense from the staff report that there would be any kind of sort of aggressive pursuit of this. My feeling is that we have Palo Alto residents who have extraordinary wealth. And some of those residents have demonstrated extraordinary generosity, nationally, internationally even. And And those are people who get to enjoy all of the benefits of living in Palo Alto, raising their families here, at least when we're not pestering them about their preference of compound living. And those are people who might be interested in an opportunity to contribute in a real way to the gathering place for Palo Alto. And so I want to, again, encourage an actual process to figure out how that might be pursued, rather than just saying, wouldn't it be nice if, how can we approach those people and see if they might want a building with their name on it, or their mother or father's name on it, whatever. Because that could solve some phase one funding issues, or if we don't have phase one, it could accelerate phases 2 and 3. So I'd ask that you look at that. And so with those comments, I'm really comfortable with this master plan, with maybe that emphasis that I talked about being worked on between here and ideally PRC, but at least council. And I'm otherwise supportive of the staff recommendation. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Chair Chang. I will be going last, as usual.
All right. My hat's off to staff for taking pretty complex project, a very complex project with so many different points of view and boiling it down into this and thinking through. So, I mean, every time we've asked a question, pretty much you guys have had a response. So it's pretty amazing. Thank you so much to the ARB for your comments. It's been really fun to listen to you and also agree with most of what you brought up. I think maybe all of what you brought up. So my comments. When it gets to the time, I really do think a larger pool would make more sense, just because with all the growth that we are going to have in South Palo Alto, as well as just the whole area, I think there will be a need to not have to go to Rinconada to swim. Let's see, the second thing I wanted to talk about is I'm pretty concerned about the parking, because when I looked at the parking analysis, if I found it in the appendix correctly, basically it said, our square footage is going to increase by X percent, and the parking is going to increase by more than X percent, so it should be fine. But we've heard over and over tonight people talking about how hopefully this will be a much more usable space, which I then interpret as a much more heavily used space. And so I'm not sure that that level of analysis is the right level of analysis. And in addition, because we're neighboring, and I think I brought this up last time when you guys came to the PTC, our neighbor is the playing field and whatever PAUSD may eventually have there. And even though the playing fields aren't part of the community center, let's say that use continues in perpetuity, when we add a more heavily used theater there, that might actually overlap with the times that the playing fields are also used. And what if lighting is added to the playing fields? And because we've heard so much about turf versus grass and how much we need the playing fields, and the population's growing. And so I just think that it's risky to be relying on a lease for a substantial amount of our parking. And I know that you don't have the answers to this, but that's just something I would want to flag. And I'm not sure, correct me if I'm wrong, has there been additional parking study other than that analysis by Hexacon that was sort of percentage-based?
We did 2 parking studies, so one through the master plan, and then part of the CEQA analysis, there was an additional parking study done through that, but the parking study done through CEQA is more of the environmental impact, not necessarily as close of a look at the numbers that will be coming through.
And the actual uses.
Correct,
right,
yeah.
Because the new space is going to be used differently than the current space. And so then there's got to be best practices out there for what it is. But I also think that the timing of some of those might actually be, present some challenges. But it'll be a good problem to have. It means that people are using Coverly in a new, different way. My third comment, and I do think sort of that interaction with whatever PAUSD has. So that's the challenge with the master plan, and this is a vision, but I think PAUSD, I'm not quite sure what their vision is for this site, and I'm not sure that they know yet. And that could dramatically change like how traffic flows of people between the two sites. Like I think I talked about how the JCC and the JCC and the retirement community, like they flow together. We could have some sort of a similar relationship with PAUSD that could be really beneficial, but then it'll change everything. All right. And then with respect to the diagonal promenade, I think it's strange as is, and also maybe even strange in the ultimate vision, because I thought we had like maybe a drop-off point there in the past. I can't remember. But right now, the diagonal path feels like a path to nowhere, sort of. I understand the back end, it's connecting that neighborhood, but then it's dead ending in the middle of the block. And it's really only meant for pedestrian and bike circulation, but then they've got to get to the edges and the intersections. So that whole thing just seems a little bit strange to me. But I know there's been a lot of community input into it. And if you want to respond to this at all,
I mean, you're not wrong, right? We've heard that feedback. I think also part of, I gave a brief answer earlier, but part of it was to help with the future costs too when we eventually move to phases 2 and 3, so we wouldn't have to redevelop again. We would complete this in phase 1 and then hopefully quickly add on to it instead of, having a whole different configuration in phase 1. And then, the priority of green space, we've heard that loud and clear since day one. And so this ending at phase 1, brings that to the forefront. As Kristen mentioned, it gives that 2 acres of green space. It, halfway completes the ped and bike paths. And so I think it was a way of just, getting as close as we can in the first phase and then completing the second and third as soon as we could.
okay.
So.
Last time you guys were here, I had asked for sort of use cases for that particular shape of green space, because it is a lot of green space. And I'm sure you guys thought more about it and also got community feedback on it. So would you be willing to share what
types of activities? Yeah, so we only shared a couple of the outdoor programming ideas. There's more in the master plan. So in addition to, the outdoor amphitheater that we showcased, there could be the outdoor classrooms, programs could come outside, outdoor education for children's classrooms. There could be some of the sculpture gardens, the play areas, also just like outdoor space for spontaneous activity or people just coming and having picnics and play. So one of the ongoing themes from the community was just, we want space just to come and be too. So some of it won't just have things that we put in program, it'll just be open space. So those are just a few of the ideas, whether it's pollinator gardens, community gardens, things like that. Otherwise it might just be green space or that urban forest that we talked about earlier too.
Okay. Well, that'll come when it gets fully architected out and, but it still strikes me as a little bit like of a strange space for anything other than sort of, well, the amphitheater makes a lot of sense to me. That's very clear. It's the long promenade where, other than it just being green space, I have a hard time seeing it being used for programming without a lot of thought being put into how to create kind of spaces within a space. Anyhow, let me keep going. I heartily second Commissioner Heckman's comment about figuring out a structured way to approach funding via philanthropy or, joint public-private joint ventures. And then also just wanted to highlight that I am in agreement with the what Ms. Elson, the public commenter, brought up about sort of the importance of maintaining an existing path and the concern about having vehicular circulation there. So that's it, and I too am supportive of the plan. It's great work. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Peterson.
Thank you, Chair. So I just want to reiterate, I've heard several times about a bike paths, walkability, that the overall plan isn't there. That was kind of what I was getting to earlier, and I think waiting for the San Antonio corridor, it's going to be too late to be making these big decisions like the path to nowhere, which I know we talked about it last time too. It looks beautiful architecturally until you just realize it just doesn't go anywhere. And I think it's that big view of when you're taking the 2-block radius around the site and then drawing the lines of where is everybody coming into the site and leaving the site. Not, imagine there's no vehicles, just walking and biking is where you get that bigger vision. And we had pieces of that last time, but we don't see it this time. So I think that's what you're hearing on that. But I also appreciate Commissioner Hetchman pointing out that this is about getting a bond. So, to keep that mindset of what are we even, what's our immediate objective. So with that, the next topic, I did look in here on the net zero, and turns out the reason why I couldn't find it is because it's called zero net in here. So you have some terminology drift in here. It looks like there's about 4 or 5 different authors, maybe 3 generations. We have the 2030 plan is what I found for Palo Alto. That's really clear is the 2030 plan. It has some drift too on different websites, but I think if there's some comment in here, I think when this goes forward, anybody that sees that keyword, it's the 2030 plan, net zero, carbon neutral. There was one paragraph in the appendix that was really nice. It talked about the interrelation between net zero and carbon neutral. Carbon neutral a lot of times ends up being timber construction. And this would be beautiful if this was all timber construction somehow. Low carbon concrete. I mean, there's just all kinds of really cool approaches, all of it getting more expensive, but also lowering the life cycle costs of the facility because it's got lower heating costs and things like that because it's been built with a better energy efficiency. But of course, those are the things that get value engineered back out of the project too. But the point I want to make is when you boilerplate that into the original plan, that the plan is that this is a sustainable site. Even labeling it sustainability, I think, helps keep that message so that everybody that sees the site knows this is sustainable Palo Alto. It's a demonstration of the 2030 plan. Now it gives me a new vision, and maybe that even gets more philanthropy because now you're investing in the future, and it's a demonstration site for the whole community of what kind of construction we want in Palo Alto. So I'll leave it with that. Thank you. Good work. Also, now that I'm putting it all together, this is all, 350 million?
Phase 1 will be, we're estimating between 300 and 400 million.
Yes.
Including the land acquisition.
Yeah, so of course, this is a big project. Thank you.
And can I ask a follow-up question? So on page 20 of the master plan, we did have kind of a surrounding context that shows like the existing, bike paths and bus stops. And so in addition to that, is that what you think would be helpful to kind of scope out more? Does that get to your first comment and question?
Page 20.
And like closest Caltrain and bus routes, I think it would be great for us to understand what you think would be more helpful to map out. That would be great.
I see 20 here. It's got the grocery store next door. Next one. Oh. I think flow paths is the key word. If there was an arrow just showing the flow through, because it doesn't even show the diagonal as a flow path on here. I think that would be a starting point, is the first flow path that goes through the site would show the diagonal teeing right into, Middlefield, and then just kind of like, where do you go from there? I think stuff like that. Yep. Thank you.
Is that enough to work with?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for another great round of comments. I've really enjoyed this. I've taken a lot of notes. I'm going to go through them, and we can only hope I can read my own handwriting at this point. I will start with the parking lots. If I were to rephrase what I have heard here tonight is the existing parking lots are of very poor quality. Those of us who have to drive it multiple times a week to drop off and pick up our kids at Cubberley hold our breath every time. Are we going to hit another pothole? What's going to happen this time? Is it uneven? Are we going to fall down when we're walking with our kid trying to hold their hand and make sure they don't fall down? Are we going to fall down? It's just really poor quality. So even if we are leasing them, there is a desperate need for more than paint. So one of the things I would suggest as, and we can include this in our motions, I'm told we're going to have 2 separate motions, but I'll walk through things I'd like to see in the motions and then we can figure it out. But I'd really like us to be really specific about what our lease of those lots means, and it should include safety improvements, and that might be some repaving. It's been needed for many decades. So I don't think that we'll be satisfied as a city to build all this beautiful new stuff and then fall and break our hands on the way into the pool or the tennis match, right? So that would be something to specify. There were other ideas of things to specify, so I would just generally say part of our recommendation will likely be to specify the conditions of using the parking lots that we're leasing from PAUSD as a bucket that you can bring back next time in more detail. I really appreciated, I think it was Board Member Hirsch's comment about the tennis and pickleball noise. I think it's funny because I've always thought tennis makes a lot of noise, but I'm told tennis people notice more the noise of pickleball. Nevertheless, if it's elevated, noise will carry further. So the idea, there's one thing that's really exciting about the idea of having sunlight on your outdoor tennis ball courts that are co-located with parking, but there's also the challenge of dealing with the noise because it will carry further. That is, I hate to say, probably a serious consideration. The court orientation comment, I don't know who made that comment, but wow, that's actually really an interesting problem. We have a lot of street orientation mishaps in Palo Alto. We have a lot of them that follow the arc of the sun, so there's times of the year where you're just looking straight into the sun when you're driving down some of our main arteries. I hope we don't build that into our courts, so that's just a note. The I building, oh my goodness. I agree with Board Member Hirsch that it would be, I have always thought that you meant to put a gazebo of that size and shape in that location. It never occurred to me that you would keep that horrendous building. I would encourage you to think more broadly about how to make that space really usable, since it will be a feature of focus for this outdoor amphitheater space. It really can be something much better, and you can have a bigger, better vision there. About the location of the concessions, I think, is that perhaps what was meant about the cafeteria space or the kitchen? I really liked having it near the pool and the sports center. I thought that was very centrally located. So I can imagine having parties at the pool and being able to use the kitchen. I'm currently in the pool community that I'm a part of. We have that ability, and it's really nice. And I know a couple of others in the city are similarly constructed. I think it'd be really nice to be able to do that, whether you're at the pool or whether you're doing a tennis party or something else at the recreation center. It'd be really nice. So I just wanted to provide a counter argument about that location. I'm concerned about the parking in a completely different way than all my other fellow commissioners are concerned about parking, but we love parking, and so you're going to get that kind of feedback from all of us. I would say, I think when it came before us last time, we discussed not having a ton of underground parking because I think, elevation of this site is like 10 feet above sea level. And so we had discussed not having a lot of underground parking because of where the water table is. So I was surprised to hear that we've just abandoned all of the above-ground parking because it would be an eyesore and we're just going to put all that underground. I'm concerned because that will increase the risk of flooding of the parking garages and at a location that we're going to be having a lot of young people. Could potentially be less safe. Now, there are ways to mitigate that. Of course, we all know that you can pump out water from an underground parking facility, but just know that occasionally when you start combining parking with machinery, things fail. We know that about our, machine-oriented parking garages and all those kinds of things. It's just a thing. It happens. So that is my 2 cents worth what you paid for it about the underground parking.
Just quickly, I'd like to clarify, it's partially underground, not fully. And so we did some initial study with the water table, so I just wanted to clarify that the due diligence has been done on that. And then we also have some drilling being done further to make sure that it would be all safe. So just wanted to clarify that we're still studying.
In our original presentation, I had been told partial underground, but today I did not hear that. So thank you for clarifying, because that does make a huge difference. So that's really important to know. And I would encourage you to always say partial for this site, or else you're going to have the same discussion every time. Because we know this area is prone to flooding. Like, we just know it, and I know you know that, but if we allow that to be confusing. There was something I was going to agree with Board Member Joe Jarth, but I cannot read my own handwriting, so too bad. The renovation versus rebuild conversation, that says from Chair Chen. Yes, like I am surprised at the level of renovation that you have described not being considered a rebuild. I don't know what is the technicality for that. I'm sure there's a reason you were describing it that way, but I am concerned about the cost being indistinguishable from a rebuild. You may wish to rebuild. And the reason is, like, I've been in all those buildings. They're disgusting. They're really bad. I hear no disagreement from my colleagues. This is not, slap lipstick on the pig situation, right? It really needs to be completely redone. Regarding the money question by Board Member Adcock, I am reading staff's request of us to put the money question aside in terms of moving forward with the staff recommendation. I'm comfortable doing that. I do still have all the questions that she mentioned, and I think it's likely that not only will council have those questions, so will voters. It's really a serious thing that needs to be clarified, and you only have a couple months to do it. So that's what we're hoping, that this conversation has been useful for you for those reasons. Regarding the question about the path to nowhere, I kind of love that. I recall our original conversation, or our previous conversation, we really wanted to envision this diagonal space, this open space, to be something akin to the Stanford Oval, right? It's a family destination. It's a place to go and lie down in the sun on a beautiful afternoon, or to play Frisbee, or maybe somebody would open a farmer's market there or have a festival there. So you have kind of a vision for what to use the space for. But I will just come back to that Stanford Oval conversation. Stanford Oval is not a path to nowhere. And I think that's sort of where we're finding a little bit of a disconnect, because the story, the vision that we have to promote to the public to get the funding for this vision of this project needs to have a little bit of cohesion. And right now, that path needs to connect to the neighborhood, right? And that's one thing we heard from our public commenter. This literally does, it connects to neighborhoods and schools. Okay, how does that tie into our design so that this path is not to nowhere, it's to your neighborhoods and it's to your friend's house or whatever it is going to be. It's a place where you can all go from different paths and get to the tennis courts to play a match together on the weekends, or whatever it is. But that story needs to have some cohesion in order to get over the hurdle of the ballot box in November. Okay, so then I realize we have not yet heard from our PTC chair, so I will hold off, but I'm just going to preview what I'm thinking. I'm also ready to support the staff recommendation, and I would like us to consider adding a couple of thoughts to include in the motion about things for the project team to consider before it comes back after the next iteration. So things like pool size, renovation versus rebuild, the bike pedestrian routes, better plan for building I. I'm totally sneaking that in there. Parking improvements, clarifications on our deal with PAUSD. Adding the language to the preface from page 52, but also those three words that I mentioned, modern, safe, and sustainable. And then I am not sure exactly what to do about the council prioritization, if that's something we need to advise council on. I think somebody said maybe not. That'll come of its own accord, so maybe not. And then if we want to add a plug in there for any plan or recommendation about how to solicit legacy funding. So those are the notes I took, and yeah, I'm ready to support this after we hear from everybody else in the last round. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. You saved a few items that were on my list as well. So we were asked to consider two things, both the draft initial study and the master plan itself. So regarding the initial study, prior to this meeting, I heard concerns from the public about environmental risks, particularly sea level rise, but also seismic hazards from liquefaction. The initial study, I think, analyzes those carefully, and it also covers other issues that people might have not been aware of, exposure to asbestos and lead paint during demolition, leaking underground storage tanks that are nearby, and noise. And I believe the combination of the mitigations proposed in the with the initial study and the master plan, particularly Appendix B, provide convincing mitigation strategies for all of these issues. I am interested to hear the negative comments about the traffic analysis, because I thought it was particularly well done compared to many we see, certainly. And I'm happy to see that it concluded some lane changes and a new signal on Middlefield are warranted. I think both of those would have been required in practice. So the bottom line for me is that I think the mitigated negative declaration is appropriate, and I have no remaining CEQA concerns as regards the master plan. Now, as far as the plan itself, I would say that it's comprehensive and well prioritized. It's interesting that I got such a different impression than some of the other comments we've heard tonight, but thinking about it, I believe that's because I treated it as a very high-level conceptual plan and assumed that many, if not most, of the key issues that we brought up tonight would be addressed during architectural program development. So that made those of less concern to me. The phasing made sense to me. I identified the same comment on page 52 that Commissioner Heckman noted. Yes, I did not go so far as to recommend that it be used more heavily throughout the document, but I believe that is the right answer, so that understanding is more widespread. For me, the circulation looked well designed for all modes. Now, Ms. Elson's comments about the crossing, particularly the one to Piazza, had not occurred to me, and I would like to make sure that when design reaches that stage, that that's given adequate attention. I'm not sure that anything more needs to be done at the master plan level, but it's clear that making that crossing safe is going to require care. So that's a good point to highlight. Regarding the architectural programming process to come, I just observe, as I have earlier, that there is really great guidance in appendices B and C of the master plan. That covers the building systems, the parking analysis, and it sketches architectural programming outlines in sufficient detail that you can feel some confidence about the cost estimates. So I think it's really important to emphasize that those documents exist. I might also add that this version of the plan addressed all the questions I'd posed previously in our analysis, so I was happy to see that. So all in all, I'm impressed by the thoughtfulness and care that went into this. As many of us have said, thank you to the residents, to the consultants, and to staff who spent so much time to create this. I will add a couple of things in response to comments I've heard tonight. On the tennis pickleball noise, yeah, you should check out the initial study on some of that, but I agree that there may need to be a sound wall around the north and perhaps western edges of that court. There are substantial playing fields there already, so people are getting some noise already, and there is some distance, particularly to Nelson Drive, but we may need more. So that should be a consideration during the architectural design. My understanding of the promenade was, as Commissioner Templeton mentioned, that it might also be a destination event space. So I would like to see more thought about how that could be explained and used. I will make a note about parking that's precisely the opposite of some that I've heard tonight, and that is that I appreciated the attention given to the possibility of eliminating parking in the future. So the flat floors, the high ceilings, the ability to convert parking. So should it happen that we've overestimated the amount that we need, we may have more usable space here at a reasonable cost, and I appreciate that foresight. So bottom line, I also support this. I have faith in the architectural programs and designs to come to address the issues that have been raised tonight. That's it for me. We have opportunity for another round of comments or follow-ups if anyone cares to make any. If not, I think we're ready to make motions.
And to provide clarification, just so everybody understands, we are looking to do two separate motions and two separate votes. There will be one, You may choose whether you'd like if the Planning Commission would like to go first, followed by the ARB or the other order. That's not critical, but that there would be one vote and recommendation from each body individually.
As our guests, I would like to invite the ARB to go first.
Commissioner Tempton, do you still want to say something since your light is on?
Yeah, I just wanted to say I was going to offer to make the motion, but I was surprised that the chairs, like you other people, do it. So it's up to you guys, but I will tell you as an offer, no, hold on. As an offer, I'm prepared to make a motion that you may also wish to reuse or modify. So it's totally up to you, but I'm prepared whenever ready, Chair. Thank you.
Ms. Armour, is that acceptable, or does a member of the ARB need to make the motion?
So based on what I'm hearing, I think it would be fine for once the planning commissioner made a motion, a second, and we had a vote, that then the ARB could say, I make a motion as provided by the PTC with the following modifications. So kind of using it similar to the way you would say, I make a motion to recommend the staff recommendation with the following modifications.
I see nods that that's acceptable to everyone. So Commissioner Templeton, would you proceed?
Thank you, guys. I know some of us are even way past our bedtime here tonight, so I appreciate everybody's patience. So I'll start with moving the staff recommendation, and then with the following modifications, to include notes to staff to review or revise the following issues that we identified tonight.
Is there a way that we can get someone to type this up on the board just to make sure we're all on the same page here?
I know that we often do have that capability at the ARB level. It's not something that we do as standard practice at PTC. We
Just
can
this once?
Let me see if. Oh, understood. You got a different liaison here today, though. So give me a moment and see whether it's something we can do. So that's a strong maybe. Give me a moment.
Not that we would object to that being policy for PTC as well.
All right, we'll give it a try this evening. No promises for the future.
Appreciate your flexibility. I think with this many people involved and this many additions, it would be super valuable. So I appreciate you guys taking a stab at this. Okay, so the motion to recap is to move the staff recommendation and to recommend the council asks staff to review or revise the following, and then we're going to do a bulleted list. Okay. Consider competition-friendly pool size of 50 meters by 25 yards. Thank you. revisit the cost effectiveness of a renovation versus rebuild on buildings S, T, E, V, F. Were there other buildings, A or B, friends? I'm trying to remember. Okay. Thank you.
And just to reiterate, STVEF.
Oh, thank you.
Also C and D? Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. I love it. Teamwork making the dream work. Okay. To review bike and pedestrian routes, including the diagonal, what was the word? Below, is it below? No. What?
Promenade?
Promenade. And the existing safe routes to school through the property. Man, you're fantastic. Thank you so much. I know we're giving you a lot of words here tonight, but thank you. Okay. To clarify the agreements about parking lot improvements and duration of access. Okay, next one is.
That would be parking improvements, yeah.
Oh, thank you for catching that. Thank you. Preface, I'm not sure if preface is the right word, staff, but the language we want to add is that section called the preface, the one you had on the slide. It was the agreed to description of the project. Is preface the right word?
Sure, as far as Commissioner Heckman's comments.
Yeah.
So that was moving language from page 52 to the preface. And
Yes, but
to page
I wanted to phrase it
48,
differently.
49?
but-
Okay.
That's okay. But I wanted to know if it was called a preface. Okay, so I would change, can we start over? Modify the preface to include language from page 52 about,
Flexibility of the plan.
okay,
I think that's sufficient for the motion.
yeah.
Just to correct, I think it's the executive summary.
Thank you. That is the word I was looking for. I was like, my brain is not, if we can change from preface to executive summary. Thank you so much.
It's actually both. The
Oh, it's
preface-
both?
Preface is on page 3. The executive summary is on page 48. If you're wanting to choose one of those.
Let's do both. No, I don't want to choose. I want staff to choose. I really, yeah, whatever, however we want to, we can,
To include language.
thank you, to include language from, thank you, good catch, and to add the words modern, safe, and sustainable to the project goals. Okay. Anything else, don't type, I'm going to ask questions. The other two things I had written down were, yes, do we want to put anything about council priorities? I think we decided that was not necessary. And do we want to include direction suggestions about legacy funding? Okay, so then we'll add one more bullet when you're ready. To encourage a program to raise
A formal
funding for-
process.
A formal process to raise funding for legacy projects within the site. Is that, I'm open to other phrasings. if you want your building named after you, sign here, something like that, right? That's the idea. Is this the right way to describe that program? To encourage a formal process to raise funding for legacy?
Maybe to raise funding from private sources.
From private sources? Okay, let's do that. Yeah, I think that will cover all the, okay. All right, how does this look? First of all, thank you so much, Mr. Tavera, I appreciate that. Okay. This is the motion, Chair. Is there a second?
I was waiting to hear if anyone from the ARB had an addition that they would like to make.
Okay.
We will certainly entertain that.
They could make suggestions, though this isn't their motion yet.
They can on discussion, we can always modify if there is a second.
And we will restrict our attention to these.
Looks like Board Member Hirsch.
Yes, so could we add to your number 4, clarify the agreement, the parking improvements, including landscaping, because it's not just trip hazards, et cetera, it's, okay?
I accept that suggestion. The parking improvements, including landscaping and paving. Okay.
Good interaction between PTC and ARB is to be encouraged.
And I would like to highlight one of the comments made by Chair Aiken about the noise and possible mitigation around the tennis/pickleball court.
And so those are included in the CEQA, the environmental review document, and so if that is recommended for approval, that would be included already in the proposed project.
And also, I want to clarify, just because I know pickleball is a very hot item, at this time, they're tennis courts only. If we ever add, just because I know this, it could go community-wide very quickly, if we add pickleball in the future, that would be something we would take, to the proper sources and stakeholders if we were to add pickleball lines. And so I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Wow, I feel really targeted by that comment. Anywho, I'm just kidding. Go ahead, Chair.
Just want to point out that pickleball is active at Mitchell, very close by.
It's true. It's true.
Commissioners, PTC commissioners, anything to add? Commissioner Heckman.
So I think we need to clarify bullet 4 a little bit. I think what we're talking about there, when we say the agreements, I think we're talking about wanting to make sure that our leases with the school district cover these topics. Is that what's intended?
What excellent wording. I love it.
Okay.
Please proceed with modifying this, and then I will accept the modification.
Okay. To clarify that the city lease agreements with PAUSD I think what we want to say is provide flexibility to the city to make, and then you can get rid of the agreements of the. And then I need a little help on the back end of this. The duration of access, are we talking about the term, how long the lease lasts, right?
One of us is a lawyer and one is not. So yes, thank you for that.
Okay.
That's exactly what I mean. How long are we going to have access to this if we enter into this agreement?
Sure. Okay, so let me think about that for a minute.
So would it be term of lease rather than duration of access?
Well, I think the lease agreements.
Sufficient?
and have a sufficient duration to adequately serve the improvements contemplated in the master plan.
And now in English?
That costs extra.
At the end, everything you have there is right, so add this to the end, starting with to adequately serve.
Split infinitives are acceptable in legal language.
So actually, to adequately provide access to, we're going to get rid of the access before, provide access to the improvements contemplated in the master plan. Sorry.
Sam, you are doing awesome, by the way. Just no pressure. You're doing awesome.
And then up in the second line there, you can, after duration, you can get rid of access. Okay.
You guys are amazing. This is great. What a good motion. I'm very happy. I have made this motion. Would anyone like to second it?
May I jump in quickly through the
Dang it,
chair?
we're so close.
Yeah, I know, but I want to make sure the language is really strong. Just the first, actually, it's the second line. Staff would recommend, just for clarity, that it be, that the words "ask staff to review" and "revise" be deleted, so that it's just saying, recommending that City Council maybe consider the following.
I like that. Let's do it.
So after City Council, put the word "consider."
But we really want you to do more
delete
than
ask
consider.
staff.
Not as staff, yeah, delete that.
Yeah, there we go.
Are we done? Can I second?
You need
I second.
Now need to adjust.
Thank you, Vice Chair. You know, staff, we want more than that, right? We'll use that word. Any discussion?
Any final discussion, commissioners? Moved and seconded. Mr. Tavera, would you call the roll, please?
Yes. Commissioner Heckman.
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson.
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Vice Chair Chang.
Yes.
Chair Aiken.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, commissioners. And now we hand it over to Chair Chen.
All right, to my ARB board members, so do we have any changes, modifications to these motions?
I'm going to make a motion that we start with the same template.
I would include a point around, consider, adequate amount of parking, and coordination between the school district and the tenants, especially in future phases, to make sure there is enough parking. So in plain language, that would be review adequacy of parking given significant new uses outlined in the master plan, and consider tighter collaboration with various stakeholders to ensure adequate parking at all times. Safe, adequate and safe. Something like that. What do you think?
considering, sorry, processing. I'm trying to make sure that it's something unique from the parking commentary earlier, and that we're not being repetitive. Lease agreements, so just basically review the adequacy of parking, and who would be the various stakeholders? So Palo Alto Unified School District?
Yeah, and Theater Works, and the pool. Pool will probably have an anchor tenant like PASA.
I think maybe we could make 4 and the new one to be 2 separate ones. One is maybe more focused on the leasing agreement.
Yeah, I think
and
that
the
is-
other
Yeah.
is more functional.
More functional, yeah.
Now, my question to follow up with this is if this should be tied into the concept of some type of operations management. But I don't know how we recommend that to city council, right? So that's sort of the reason that I'm pausing here is because I want to make a recommendation that actually city council can do something about. This is something that's actually going to end up so far down the line that I don't know if that's something that we should be including right now, other than to say, hey, by the way, when this project's actually built and up and running, let's make sure that planning for parking ahead of time and making sure that parking's adequate, that's something we can do ahead of time. So sorry, I don't mean to be delaying, I'm just trying to understand what is an active action item that we can present to city council. And also apologies to the PTC that we didn't bring this up on theirs as well. I was hoping these would be pretty mimicked. I'd almost leave it as loose as review adequacy of parking. And just almost leave it that open-ended, just making sure that we've got really a solid review of parking ahead of time, and that they plan it out ahead of time. Because while I would love to get operations and management stuff in here, it's just, I don't know if that's something that city council would be able to require or approve at this time. How do you feel about leaving it more open-ended and just say review adequacy of parking? Are you
Sounds
comfortable
amazing.
with that? All right, let's keep it simple. Does anyone else have any recommendations to add? I do. And I feel like typically we do a motion and then a second and friendly amendments with ARB, so I'm wondering if we're a little bit out of order here.
Is this working? No. Number, you want to keep it there for a second?
I think when we have too many mics on. Yeah.
Under, to review bike and pedestrian routes, including clarifying the intent and use of the diagonal promenade.
Including, and then add in the words, the intent.
Clarifying the intent and use.
So bullet point number 3? Mm-hmm. To review bike and pedestrian routes, including the intent and use of the diagonal promenade.
Mm-hmm.
Intent and use. Yeah, beautiful. And then I would change the and to as well as the existing safe routes. So I'd change and to as well as. It's a small thing, but as. I'm just adding the word as right where your cursor is.
As well as.
Yeah. As well as the existing safe routes.
Can you repeat that one more time?
It's just adding the word as right where your cursor is, so that it reads, to review bike and pedestrian routes, including the intent and use of the diagonal promenade, as well as the existing safe routes to school on the property. David, you good with that?
Maybe it's a little different in, you don't need intent and use of a safe route, so, but.
Exactly, that's why I changed it to, instead of and, to as well as the
As well
existing
as.
safe routes on school on the property. So it's 2 separate items, that's why I'm trying to.
I would slip in there, maybe defining the existing safe routes or something like that.
As well as defining the existing safe routes?
Mm-hmm.
I'm good with that.
I have an item to add, if I can go next. So maybe it goes after the second item. Consider, I'm not sure if it's viability or value of saving building I and designing the master plan around the angle of that building.
Yes, please, thanks.
Well, it's fun. So it's funny, I heard that brought up several times during the meeting. Please continue writing for now. And designing the entire plan around this one building. You can literally write it that way. Be a little snarky
Consider
with
the
it.
value of saving building I and designing the master plan
Around it.
around it, yes.
So I heard that brought up, and again, I'm sort of pulling from my memory bank, and I did a cursory review of my previous notes before this from when we had our presentation several months ago. I remember there were several schemes, right, that we had gone through, and so just understanding that this one was one of the ones that we had sort of leaned towards. So I heard it brought up, and I'm like, I'm not as fussed about it because we had gone through several schemes, and this seems to be the one that we had leaned towards back then. And so again, if you get rid of that, you're really changing the overall master plan, right, to one of the other schemes. So that's sort of the question is, how viable are the other master plans at this point, or are we really sort of set on this one? Because once you remove building I, you're changing the whole diagonal, you're changing all of that around it, and it really ends up being a totally different scheme. And so I'd hate to put a recommendation in here that completely changes everything that we just looked at tonight.
I mean, not necessarily. That building can go and still have similar layout, but it is a little bit of a tail wagging the dog. So I think at least it should be considered, because it's a small building, 6,000 square feet, that's driving a lot, even like the shape of that amphitheater and everything else. So, because this is a framework, it's about parts and pieces, not necessarily this layout, is what I keep hearing from, the preface and everything, which is true, and therefore, in this being fluid, I feel like that should not be so set in stone. And the other item, which may be related, that I want to add is the council, recommend the council consider the phasing of, phasing within phase one in the implementation of this master plan in the future phases.
The phasing within phase one, please.
Phasing within phase one. Because that's all, kind of goes back to funding being one, but it's.
Sorry, Sam, I want to back you up. Consider the phasing within phase one.
Yeah, consider the phasing within phase one.
Yeah, just because if they need to, again, and all of this is going to depend on funding and what permits we get first. I'm fine with that. I'm still dwelling on the saving building I definitely hear PTC's comments on that and ARB's comments on that. Correct. And it's one of those that if they've gone through 3 rounds of public comment and public comment landed on this scheme, and we say, throw out that building and all of the diagonals that go with it, then we're completely changing the scheme to something that has had 3 rounds of public comment and is preferred. So that's sort of where I'm a little bit hesitant here.
But if I may.
Please.
But it is very fluid. I mean, that's the preface, is that this is a framework. It's about the overall square footage and the future, the big vision. And in that, whether phase 2 and 3 happen, whether parts of C and D get fractionally chopped, those are all an idea to be further studied, right? So I feel like building I is also an idea to be further studied.
Yes. To add to that, look at it, Kendra, in another way. Look at the building from the outside, from the landscaping. Imagine that can be an amphitheater of note in that area. A feature of the the site planning here that I think would be remiss not to emphasize.
So that's a valid point, David, or maybe it doesn't need to stay the building, maybe it can become something else. Maybe
Well, there
it
was a
becomes the amphitheater,
suggestion.
something like that.
Become a
Maybe
stage house.
Become a
for the
gazebo was this thought, and it's not a bad,
Okay.
not a bad idea because it could work in with the landscaping.
So let's also trim this down. I like things short and sweet. So I just leave it as consider the value, sorry, and add the word the, please. Consider the value of saving building 1. There you go, that bullet point. Building I, excuse me. Thank you. Appreciate that.
To the left.
Yeah, there you go. And just put the word the between consider and value because I'm a stickler. Thank you.
May I interject here just to say, I would clarify because if someone hasn't been in this discussion, they might think we're recommending, like that. So you may want to say versus other uses of that space or something clarifying that.
I appreciate that, yeah.
It's up to you. I know you weren't trying to minimize.
Versus other uses of that space. Yeah, again, it's I guess the intent here is to try and understand that, like, we've definitely had public comment. We've definitely had people reviewing this, and we're not trying to redesign this from scratch today. That's, we've gone really far down this road of what people appreciate and approve. And while we understand there's some fluidity and some flexibility in exactly what's happening, taking that out and completely redesigning it would be a major
Can we
thing,
clarify
so.
that with staff? Because I did ask that question and they did not say that there was a reason other than we thought we could save it. Other than that, is there?
The question being, why did we renovate Building I? Yeah, the main, there's probably a couple points, and Kristen, you can chime in, I'll start. We're guided heavily by a Coverly Ad Hoc Committee, which includes 3 council members, and so one of their biggest priorities reflected from community need is trying to keep our cost as low as possible throughout the project. And so one of the first things that we did was structural analysis to see which buildings could be preserved. So it's one of 3, so that was one of the main drivers. So it could be preserved and renovated. If it was to be replaced, it would be significant cost added to the project.
But could you respond to Board Member Rosenberg's concern that this was a feature that was requested by the public in terms of the use of that building being kept? Other than the cost, you've explained the cost, which is very helpful to understand, but did people say, I really need that building to remain?
Oh, I think that I was at 2 of the meetings and I never heard any.
I don't believe anyone specifically has said, I love the I building so much. So I believe it's probably cost savings and has been a priority expressed by council.
So to follow up with this, if you don't mind, how set are we on this scheme? How far down the road are we with this scheme versus those other schemes that we had seen several months ago?
This is our final master conceptual plan, so at this point, we would consider it done. The community weighed in and made their selection, and we have built off of it, and at this point, we are at our final draft, so.
Can you clarify that compared to your statement earlier that everything here is completely in flux?
Yeah, it can be changed, but as far as selecting the scheme, we had a meeting all about it, and the community weighed in and they chose their scheme. That was the purpose of one of the community meetings. So yes, we could start all over, but this has all been built off of the community impact, so.
Thank you for answering those questions, and I apologize, Board Member Rosenberg, I'm just trying to clarify because I think there's some assumptions about the level of completion of this plan that I'm just challenging with staff, and it's, you of course can do whatever you want with your motion.
Again, sort of trying to clarify this point, I think that to Board Member Adcock's commentary, I just want to make sure that we're not treading into the territory of saying, let's get rid of Building I and redesign, right? So if Building I gets removed and turns into an amphitheater or something like that, I'm amenable to that, but from my understanding and from what they're saying right now, we've had significant public outreach on this. And if this design hinges on Building I one way or the other, I'm a little less inclined to say, let's remove it and reorient the promenade and redesign this thing. Now, if we're saying.
That's not how sorry to interrupt. That's not how I understood this master plan and the framework to be, right? Because at the beginning, as you said, and as Chair Aiken also said, is that this is, and I've read through this master plan word for word, and it does say that it's a framework, and therefore it, whether there's a block building and an L building, those are all to be studied further, because the program has not been developed enough to say this is the plan, right? So it's a little bit of the chicken or the egg. Yes, you have to have a master plan framework to then go into detailed programming of each building, which will then form the shapes of the overall site.
I would argue the other way. I think that the reason why they have this master plan is to show the overall layout, and whether that building is sort of, purposed as one item versus another, whether it's a theater or whether it's back of house for something. I would argue that that is sort of where the flexibility is coming in. But I think that by saying, well, we've got this master plan, but 6 months from now, we're going to throw it all out because this building doesn't angle this way anymore, and so now we don't need this big angle anymore, is taking at this point, years of work and sort of tossing it out the window. And I'm really hesitant to go down that path. Now, while saying, okay, maybe building I doesn't need to be saved in its current state, or maybe, but I would argue that, yeah, we do have a master plan for a reason. They've done this work for a reason, and it's been chosen by the public for a reason.
As a general layout, right? But building I is 6,000 square feet. In a $300 to $400 million project, 6,000 square feet building is $6 million.
So let me clarify, because maybe I'm misunderstanding what you were saying. What it sounded like with your earlier comment is saying, what's the point of keeping this building and having everything designed around it, right? So my comment is, I have no problem getting rid of that one specific building, but I am very concerned about removing everything else around it, right?
Yes, but it's also this diagonal alignment of this promenade that we've also discussed.
Correct, which is the one that's been chosen by the public.
Is based on that angle, sort of. It's not exactly parallel. But that overall layout, yes, that pathway can remain with or without that building.
Correct.
Right?
I agree with that.
And then there's this curved area, I think I understand that to be the amphitheater. The focal point of that curved area is the exterior of this I building, which is, not a glorious thing to look at. And the point of that I building is not a glorious thing to look at. And that framing this being the center, you look at the site plan, sorry, I have it on my screen, is the center of this overall layout. Seems a little presumptuous to say that this 6,000 square foot building should stay, and therefore that should be what people look at as they come in to this amphitheater.
Yes, I want to just add to that really the community was very concerned about having a wonderful green space landscaping in the middle of this area. They emphasized the biggest emphasis that the community has was actually make sure we recognize the landscaping here. Keep the green space a major element of this project.
I totally agree with that. So again, to sort of clarify my standpoint on this, I have no issue with saying that building I could be removed and utilized as green space or an amphitheater or something else. I draw the line at saying sort of that second half of the sentence that we were sort of snarkily saying before is, and having the whole master plan designed around it.
Certainly not. It's not being designed around it.
So
Why
let
do
me
you
see
say
if
that?
let me see, sorry to interrupt you, David. Let me see if I can rephrase this in a way that everyone sort of is on board. So consider the value of saving building I, comma, versus reutilizing that space for something else, for another purpose, for another program.
And keeping the building its shape? No.
No, it's not about keeping the building. It's consider the value of saving building I versus reutilizing that space
As part of the landscaping.
as part of anything else, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Part of the landscaping
part
would be
of-
the better way.
Anything else for another program?
Right. Say, instead of saying anything else, say for another program, which could include landscaping. Perfect. Are you guys on board with that?
And may I suggest we try for a second soon?
Sure. We're coming up on 10 o'clock here.
I second.
Thank you. Okay. Any final comments?
Looking through my notes, sorry. If there's any other friendly amendments? Nope, all good.
Awesome, thank you. And appreciate the back and forth. I think that those things always sharpen our commentary, so appreciated. Roll call.
Can I call for the vote, please?
Yep. Board Member Jojar?
Yes.
Board Member Hirsch?
Yes.
Board Member Rosenberg?
Yes.
Vice Chair Adcock?
Yes.
Chair Chen?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you all. That was well worthwhile, I think. Moving on to the penultimate item here, board member and commissioner questions, comments, and announcements. So do we have any from the PTC? Commissioner Templeton?
Yes, there's a community meeting tomorrow to discuss the closure of Churchill at the PAUSD facility at 6 p.m.
Any other commissioners? Questions, comments, announcements?
If I can just make a quick comment, thank you guys for hosting us this evening. We definitely are used to our morning meetings, so we appreciate the time and effort that you guys have to put in taking these nighttime meetings. I'm ready for bed. Thanks, guys.
It's really been a privilege to share the dais with you tonight. Thank you, staff, for arranging all this. Thank you to board members, all of you, for contorting your schedules to fit this in. And thanks to everyone. These deliberations were well worthwhile tonight. Anything else?
I have something. Good job, chairs. You navigated this and you set this up really well. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thanks for Sam for feeding us. Thank you.
Very well then, we are adjourned.